highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. See the horizon turn us to thousands, and we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon turn us.
They're like, oh my God, well you can't say that, bitch. Shut the fuck up. I'm gonna fuck a bear.
We'll go through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And
a place where you can run free. Time does not exist. Take a chance when the road before us falls under our face. I can't hold on, I can't remain so strong. We have the same old bond, but everything is wrong. My love is gone, but I've been born. I can't break it on my own.
from the fact that you need that.
Yo.
Supposed to think about how else it could be. Oh, please.
What's up, y'all? Sorry, I just have to. I'm looking for some things. I'm looking for the patch notes from when Dawn of the Hunt launched. I don't know, the music feels loud, dude. Also, B-Dog, thank you for the sub, bro. The resub, 7 months, holy shit. It's insane that we're getting 7-8 month subs. Crazy to me, but I appreciate it, bro. Thank you so much. What's up, Dark? What's up, RHP? Veloso, uppercase. Okay. Okay, I got it. Okay, so what I wanted to do, because I want to get everyone from crafting my warrior, but I'm here. I appreciate it, bro. I just want to get everyone's opinions, because I have noticed, and it's been like this for, I don't know, maybe 2 weeks-ish is when it really started being like evident, but I want to make a video talking about Dawn of the Hunt and how it's gone, and maybe some of the missteps they took at the launch of the patch or the update, the new league, whatever, and the changes that they've made that I think are overall better for the game than even the state it was in last league, in my opinion. A lot of the changes they made, like, to me personally, I think the game is better now than it was last league. But like, having those big missteps early obviously makes it really tough to convince people to come back once you do fix things. Like, at least in that league. Like, next league, it's kind of a new start, and they'll carry over, hopefully, a lot of the changes that they made this league into next league, so that we can start off in a better core place than we were starting at the beginning of this league. But I just wanted to make a list of some of the things that, like, people in stream and chat, what are things that stood out to you right at launch that, like, made it feel like it was kind of a flop, for lack of a better term. You know what I mean? Because to me, the first thing that I can really think of is when the patch notes dropped. Because as soon as I saw the patch notes, I lost like at least 30% excitement for Dawn of the Hunt. Because once I started reading through them, I was like, oh, okay, so they're nerfing everything. They're making the game slower. Like, they're not just changing the meta. Was a flaw for me when the game was DCing. Okay, so server / stability issues. 100% for me. Yeah, so it's like, I think that was a really defining moment for a lot of people, because the other thing we're gonna look at is the, and it's, I get it that it's not a one-to-one comparison, because not everybody plays this game on Steam, but a lot of people play Path of Exile 2 on Steam. And the graphs are going to be similar for any platform, basically. And another thing that like we have to also keep in mind is timing, like the timing of the release. So like LE new season. What else? There was something else that dropped right around that time. Another big game. Constant DC rollbacks are still happening. Yeah, that's the thing, is like frame drops, all that stuff falls under server stability. I just want bullet points because then I can write out like a script essentially for the video I want to make. So I wish it was more like Diablo where you can choose story or the season. Okay, so here, I'll go back to that one later. Campaign fatigue. Is that a good way to phrase it? Campaign fatigue. Especially having to play the same 3 acts over and over and over. Jeweler's orbs. Okay, so yeah, because we're thinking about this. First of all, jeweler's orbs are still kind of a problem. Like, I found my first or second greater orb after already putting 300 hours into this league, just like yesterday. So that's kind of insane. But loot drops. Because we're talking about when the game dropped. Because essentially, I just want to talk about, like, what happened when the new league happened, when Dawn of the Hunt released, like, the week leading up to it, what led to it having way lower numbers, or much lower, I don't know, what the fuck, numbers in comparison to the launch of early access. And part of that is obvious, like early access, a new game, there's a lot of hype around it, whereas with a new league, those numbers are going to be a little bit lower almost with every game. But the fact that it was like, I think less than half the people came back, but we're going to look it up so I can get an actual graph. I have the opposite. I found like 4 perfects while finding 0. Yeah, so yes, either yesterday or the day before, I found my second greater jeweler's orb. Period. All the other ones I had were from currency exchange. And then yesterday, I found my first perfect jeweler's orb. But I feel like for something that you need to like make your character, it should just be more accessible in general. Like whatever loot tables they're in, they need to put them in like 4 tier lower loot tables. Like at minimum, I should be getting as many greater jeweler orbs as I get divine orbs, but probably even more. And for perfect jeweler orbs, I should be getting like 2 divines for every perfect. In theory, obviously there's RNG, there's a lot of things that go into it, but like even just having some kind of like system where the loot drops aren't just complete RNG, it's like after hitting so many times, especially with things like that, like gem cutters prisms was another one that was like really annoying to find when I really could use them the most, when you're like leveling and trying to progress in end game and stuff. But like have like that, because you know how they have the boss protection now, so you get a guaranteed rare so that you don't have those unlucky streaks of not getting any decent loot from multiple bosses in a row during campaign. But like in, I can't think of, like a mercy system. That's what it's called. Because in gacha games, some gacha games have a mercy system where if you don't get, like, for instance, the game I used to play, Raid Shadow Legends, you would, I don't even remember, summon. They gave you like these crystals and you could summon new heroes or new legends with those crystals. They had like the rarest crystal and that had like a mercy on it. So after opening whatever, I think it was like 300 of them without getting a legendary legend, you would end up, it would just like force one. It would just guarantee that you were gonna get one. So having like a similar system to that in this game would probably be good for certain items. I'm not saying for everything, but like having that for like greater jeweler orbs. So after killing, you know, 150, 300 rares and a jeweler's or greater jeweler's orb hasn't rolled, it just gives you one. Something like that. What's up, Nayana? An exploding pig in Act 1. Cruel dropped a graders earlier. Nice, uppercase. I haven't found... So you haven't found either of them. You haven't found anything but one div. Yeah. I have character fatigue. All builds are the same and endgame is the same. Okay, but like... is that how you felt at the beginning of the season? Because we'll talk about... like right now, we're talking about when Dawn of the Hunt started, and then we'll talk about the state of the game right now. Because like, what made me come to this conclusion is realizing that we were only a month in. This was like maybe a day or two ago. I'm like, we're only a month into this league, and it feels like my mind is already thinking about what to play next. Versus even like D4, I would like stick with that for at least 2 months. And those, they weren't changing anything, but I think that like just the expectation and then being let down, and then also just seeing the amount of people that are like interested in the game, the amount of people that are still playing the game, you know, like there's a lot of metrics you could go by, but like viewership numbers, things like that, it's like, it's already feels like we're like 2 weeks before the next update, because that's the state that the game currently feels in as far as like interest and like excitement. Because usually that lasts like 2 to 4 weeks before the next season or league or whatever of any live service game. That's when a lot of players start going to other games, and like, you know, it's hard to find people to trade with. It's hard to, you know, there's like a lot of these things that you just notice from playing the game. The people that you get it coming into your stream talking about the game or being like, oh yeah, I've been playing this, you know, kind of got bored with Path of Exile, I'm gonna wait till the next league or whatever. But that was happening like a week ago. People were coming into my stream saying that. So like clearly that's not a good sight. What's up, Darashi? IDK man, I might be cooking with Spear of Solaris. See, and that's the thing, is I'm not like, this isn't to shit on the game. It's to create like narrative sounds wrong because everybody uses narrative in like a bad context nowadays, but it is. It's like telling the story of what's happened with this league to explain to people, because I want to make a YouTube video, because like that's the thing, I haven't been making any YouTube videos because I'm like, I don't even know what to make them about. Usually I'd be stoked about like doing a build guide or something, but this league, I just there wasn't a lot, like, especially with Sork, you know, being in a tough spot. There wasn't a lot that I was like really excited about. And then other than Huntress, and then it turns out that Lightning Spear ended up being like the most broken skill in the game. So now there's a billion Lightning Spear builds out. And even the build that I'm playing is just like an amalgamation of other people's Lightning Spear builds. Like there's nothing unique about my build that I've done yet. And with my Lich Witch, that was kind of a catastrophic failure, but that's something that I could put more time in. The hard thing is that I will say what I've noticed from the stream, just like overall, the more stuff where I'm just sitting and talking to you guys and talking about like my thoughts, whether it's about the game or about other things in the world, the more people we have in the stream and the more interactive people are, the more people are like talking in chat. So that's right now, but the build was true. I felt like everyone hated the patch and was done with it by the 7th day, and I was getting no sales at all because no one had the money to trade and the game was a slow crawler. Yeah, so it was really slow in the beginning. You have those people that are gonna blast no matter what. They find the meta, they're in Discord servers, all this stuff. And so they were the only ones making currency and setting the market values of things that were too expensive for everybody else who couldn't even get to endgame yet because the game was going so slow. And then once you got there, weren't getting any currency. And then like you try to sell your items, but you're getting, you know, like the only people that have the currency are the people that already have the best items. So they're not gonna buy your items. So yeah, I get what you're saying though, for sure. That's like loot drops, that would fall under that. Campaign fatigue. I will make some official statement on how PoE2 and what's wrong too. I'm accumulating anger for it. Wait, why is that, Darashi? That's why I went Gas Arrow. Dude, is Gas Arrow killing it right now? I only got PoE2 about a month ago. I'm still having fun. Dude, so am I. And that's the thing. This, like I said, this isn't to shit on the game, because I do think that right now the game is in my opinion, probably the best state that it's been in since early access started. I think a lot of the changes they made were things that I had issues with even last league, but like there wasn't enough people in the community that were upset by it. And I think that one of the good things that we can look at this league as like a prime example is that because it did so poorly in the beginning, people had less patience to struggle through the things that they would have struggled through in the first league, because like the rest of the experience when early access launched was great. Everyone was having a great time. So even though there was a bunch of these annoyances, they were just like, fuck it, I'm still having a good time. So it's not that big a deal. With this league, because of all the changes they made in the front end, in like the very beginning, like, you know, was it necessary to make us all, you know, 10x weaker and all the monsters 10x stronger? Probably not. All the ailment shit, being able to, you know, like taking away our, like the only solid form of defense from last league, which was Grim Feast and Energy Shield. Just completely taking that out of the game. Because I think a lot of people expected certain things, like the metas, you know, like Spark Sork was gonna get nerfed. I think people thought like Stat Stacker was definitely getting nerfed. Like I thought that the Deadeye Lightning Arrow build was gonna get nerfed even like more than it did. Like monk builds, like we hardly see anyone playing monk builds anymore, and I think that a big part of that is because they were using some form of stat stacking. But what else? But like you expect there to be a change in like the skills and the meta, and introducing a new class. And usually when they bring in a new class, it's like with D4, they literally said, we know that I can't even think of its name, Spiritborn. We know the Spiritborn is going to be overpowered, but it's the new class, so like we're just going with it. And I don't think that GGG did that on purpose with the Huntress, but I do think that you have a little more forgiveness when they're like trying to dial in all the stats when you have a new class coming out to incentivize people to want to play and to try out the new class and get more information. Because even if it is overpowered, the more people you have playing it, trying out that class's skills, the more information you have going forward. So it wasn't even the fact, but yeah, gas arrows fire with Radiant Greave. It wasn't even the fact that my items were too high priced. It was just the fact that no one was buying. It felt like I had a trip res all 35 on a energy shield chest pieces. Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. I wasn't trying to imply that your prices were too high. I was just implying that like it feels like there's like a group of people, let's say it's maybe 10% of the player base, and 7% of that 10%, this is going to be a lot of percentages, so buckle in. 7% of that 10% is just like hardcore ARPG, Path of Exile grinders that are in all different discords. They like gatekeep a bunch of information. They figure out all the tricks really early, and they know how to make currency. So that's 7%. Then there's 3%, which are people in, like, how do I phrase this? Chinese players is the best way to put it. It's not meant to be like derogatory or anything, but like players that either are, you know, like RMT or like, and like I said, this isn't like all Chinese players. I think a lot of the hardcore grinder players are in that 7%, but then you have like the RMT botting, like scammer, that's the other 3%. And then the 90% rest of the player base is just like regular players, like people from every different step of like how often you get to play, like streamers, like, or like me, like I'm not like a crazy grinder. I'm not on discords where I'm getting secret information or anything. And then you have, but then like you have like just like regular casual players, but that's like the other 90%. But like the 10% is going to be there always, no matter what. But the 10% doesn't increase the experience for the rest of the 90% at all. Like we never get that information to like the exploits or the ways to get insane amounts of currency. And we're also like competing on the market with the bots and the scammers and the RMT like websites and stuff like that. So yeah, so this 90% is what keeps the game alive, but the 10% is going to be there no matter what. And right now it feels like we've lost maybe 60 to 75% of that 90%. And so like the only thing left is like, you know, 25% of a normal player base, and that 10% is still there just doing their thing that they're always doing no matter what. And so like you don't have anyone to trade with, you don't have anyone looking for gear, you don't have anyone like there's a lot of things that tie into that. But that's the thing, they aren't trying to make the game like every other ARPG. Everyone wants instant gratification without grinding. Go play Last Epoch if that's what you want. Yeah, no, and I think that there's a fine line for that, for sure. But like, also, if you want people to play your game, you have to have some kind of gratification. Because I played 1,000 hours last league, and I felt like I was wasting my time with the amount of time I was putting in versus what I was getting out. So, you know, and if you're saying 1,000 hours in a league isn't enough, like, oh, you didn't grind hard enough, then that's like, you're gonna get like a much smaller player base, you know? And if that's what they want, that's great. But like, that was at the beginning of the league. I don't feel that way now. I feel like the loot changes they made now, it feels way better than it's ever felt, in my opinion. Fuck Grim Feast, game is better without it than with it. I'm okay with them getting rid of Grim Feast, but they have to make other defensive methods actually viable. Like, evasion sucks ass, armor still isn't great, and everybody is still running some form of energy shield. So instead of just like taking something out of the game, like make the other things better so that, and even if they were going to take Grim Feast out of the game, make those things better. Well, shit, if you're going to play Lightning Spear in this game, you might as well play it in D4. How dare you? Look at that. Over on YouTube, Morgan, what's up? Oh, I absolutely think they did it on purpose. Yeah, it's okay to make Spear OP, so there's more testers using it, but went way too far with how broken it is. And I don't think they knew how broken it was. Like, they even admitted they're not playing full chunks of the game when they're testing things out. They're not playing through an entire playthrough into endgame. They're just like taking a snippet. They'll like hop into Act 2 in Cruel and maybe play through Act 2 in Cruel. And then they're like, oh, this feels good at this point of the game. And then they hop into like an end game, give it all awesome gear, and then hop in to like a maps or something, run a map, run 3 maps and be like, oh yeah, this feels great here. They're not like, you know, that's why early access is important. The Zerg, 60% of the time it works every time. Nice, Land. Also, no armor buff / rework kind of sucked. They didn't change anything about armor. If anything, they made it worse. Good morning, Sponge. Last Epoch died faster than PoE 2. Did it? I guess it depends. Like, we can look at the graphs and see. Because like last Epoch's high wasn't as high. Like their player base isn't as big as Path of Exile's too. So if you just say, if you look at last Epoch right now and there's only 15,000 people playing, and you're like, well, Path of Exile 2 still has 27,000 people playing, but like, it's apples and oranges, because if, you know, Path of Exile 2 had 600,000 people playing at the beginning of early access, then that's different. Like, last Epoch might have hit their
the whole chat.
Their
Just
peak might have been 200,000.
Everybody,
or
we're
whatever.
doing a hard reset.
Okay. The warrior has too many negatives in the tree. Good morning, Just. Everyone has like 75% resistances anyway, so making mixed attacks have more physical damage and less elemental makes armor actually worse, since with how formula works, the less armor overlap of damage, the less reduction you end up. I get what you're saying, Darashi. So you're saying the less physical damage monsters are doing, the less armor is reducing that amount of damage. Where you're coming from, and trading is very difficult right now. Yeah, I feel like I'm wasting my time. Well, see, and that's, you know, everyone's welcome to have their opinions. But for me personally, if the game feels way better now, but the problem is I don't have a lot of drive to play the game. Like, and I think that all started with how the launch went. I mean, it's not hard, man. Don't stay in your hideout, juice your towers. Yeah, if that's how people want to play, then for sure, Urban. No surround are you? Do it here, get it out of your system. That wasn't even me. You feel better. Oh God, I don't even know what's happening. Just who are you talking to? He's having a conversation with his other personality. Yeah, and that's the thing is I'm not trying to like the whole point of making this is to make a video so I can talk about what happened and why the numbers dropped off so bad and where the game is at now. And then like the end of the video can be what changes I hope they make in the future. Because a lot of this stuff is like right when the patch dropped, what were the things we were noticing that was really, you know, a detriment to the success of the season. And for me personally, I thought as soon as I saw the patch notes, everything I read through on the patch notes, like I was literally counting on one hand positives because the patch notes were just like all negatives. Like, okay, we nerfed this to this, or like even a buff came with a nerf. So it's like we increased the damage of heralds by, you know, 0.5%, but we reduced the radius by 1%. And it's like, okay, I guess that's kind of better. I don't know. You know, like there was a lot of that where even the positives came with something else that they nerfed. So, but yeah, this isn't supposed to be like, fuck the game. You know, like I'm not complaining about anything. I'm just trying to have a conversation. And also, I just want people's like their personal experience of how they felt. It's not about who's right or wrong or anything. Getting deleted. Wait, what happened? I must have missed something. That's just what my opinion is from the people I watched. They streamed it. Yeah, and that's the thing is like you could say that if they would have stuck with it, they would have had more fun, but that doesn't change numbers. You know, that doesn't change player interest because the game is way better now. But as soon as people stop having a game in their rotation, it's really tough for them to go back to it. So like if you don't do a good job early, then people are gonna find something else to play. And that's what a lot of people did. I just need to find a streamer where he's not a mod and can bully him back there. Wait, what? He's trying to talk to me, but I'm not giving him the satisfaction on his B-Day. Oh, it's your birthday, Just? Get Upper to get it out of his system so he can move on. It gives me a warning when a person always gets banned. I'm always right. That is fair, Dark. There is no way to really argue that, so. Once you beat the story, once you should be able to spawn in level 55 at the map room. I can't be fucked doing this for a third time, man. Once you beat the story, you should be able to spawn in. Yeah, I don't get that either, Urban. Damn, PUBG. Yeah, PUBG's numbers are insane. But, ARPGs, obviously, it's a different niche. So, like, yeah, that's clear that, owner estimations. Oh, that's cool. I've never even seen that one before. Okay. So yeah, we can look at this graph real quick and we can see. So the league dropped here. Was this it? Was it April 12th? What's up, Morgan? Hey. The best. We got the best around here, Just. Yeah, we'll go to that. I just want to see the numbers, like, see the timeline. Because it dropped on the 12th, right? Isn't that when the new league dropped? That's the only thing that would make sense. Or no, it dropped on the 4th? Okay, yeah, 4th. It was 4 months. 4 months after early access came out. So it went up to... It went up 8K on the weekend. Makes sense, right? On Sunday. Sunday's usually one of the highest days for player count. And then next weekend had dropped by 40K, 42K. And then the next weekend didn't even have a peak. Then it's just been kind of free falling. I'm assuming these ones are like where a patch came out where it, you know, makes a little bump up again. But like if we do from before, so they have their Sunday, their peak, 578. And then it's all like percentages too, right? So we have to, like, I'm not good at percentages, but like, for instance, 40K when your peak is at 240K is a lot more than whatever this is, 70K when your peak is at 570,000. So it's like the percentage drops. And then the other thing that's tough about this, like I kind of explained this early on, is that we have like when a new game comes out and you get a lot of new customers coming into the game, so like the peak is clearly going to be higher. But I really think that like them releasing the patch notes drastically affected how high this number is, because they like got back less than half the players to come for the new league, which seems bad. Seems bad. Let's be honest. April 4th was launch. Obviously, to be honest, the drop speed is kind of same. We just started from lower number. My family wants me to start a YouTube career or become a streamer, but I do not want to show my face because I don't like the fact that I might get clipped and posted online for saying something vile, which I will do. Well, then just be a VTuber. Everyone else is doing it. Lower numbers times 100 divided by the peak will get you the percentage in that time frame. Okay, so you take the lower number. So, because we're gonna go from peaks. Sunday seems to be the peak for each week. So you take this number, times it by 100, and divide it by that, is what you're saying? Let's try it. Let's try some math on stream with a calculator. We're not gonna get the like specific like 541. I'm just doing the big numbers. Times 100 divided by 578,000. So that's 89% of the player base retention. 89% retention. Is that what it is? Americans versus math. it's not all Americans, trust me. Just the ones you see on the internet. But like math, we've talked about it a lot in my stream. I hated math. My brain doesn't like the numbers. I don't see numbers. I'm good with words. I'm not good with numbers. That's where I thrived. Numbers fucked my brain up. And I would find the answer, but I would still miss the question because the way that I got to my answer didn't make sense to the teacher. And so they would think I was cheating. Because it would always be like, you have to show your work. And I would show my work. It just didn't make sense to them. And they're like, so they would give me like 50% credit on that answer or something. Because it was like, you know, you get 1 point or you get like half a point for getting the right answer and half a point for showing your work, or 1 point and 1 point. I don't know. Also, my high school's fucked. So I learned a lot more when I was a senior and I had to make up a bunch of credits because I was a shithead when I was a junior in high school. And they just gave you the like book and then gave you a test at the end. So they just give you a book, you teach yourself, and then you take the test. And yeah, my senior year, I had like a 3.5, 3.6 GPA. And every other year before that, when I had retarded teachers trying to teach me, I had like a 2.6 or 2.5. Like, it was insane how much better it was when I could teach myself. Yeah, just give me 1 sec, Crones. Also, welcome in. Start of the season was rough. They just need to make sure not to nerf the entire game and loot. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying is like, we're trying to build a basis of like what went wrong and then the changes they made and the communication. Like, there's so many different levels to it. Like that whole 2-week debacle where some people say that they had announced they were taking 2 weeks off, but like I never heard that. I never saw, I did not have the impression that they were taking 2 entire weeks off. So not hearing from them for 2 weeks after they announced that they were gonna drop a patch at some point was probably not a smart call on their part. Like, my dad is always telling me, why the fuck are you playing and not streaming? I wouldn't even know what language to use when I stream. Korean. Use Korean. Even if you don't know it, just use Korean when you stream. In Arabic, it's less, but holy shit, yeah, honestly, I think that if you're going into streaming, especially if you're going to be on Twitch, knowing how to speak Arabic is awesome because you'll get a lot of people from the Arabic community that just want to be in there because of like the connection. Like, you know, that's just the way it is. If you speak Spanish, you have a lot of like people from the Spanish community in your chat. Even if your primary language you're speaking on stream is English. So yeah, if you're gonna stream on a Western platform, use English. Because like for me, I'm not gonna raid someone if they're speaking Arabic. Now, if they are speaking English on stream, but they can speak Arabic, I'm like, oh, that's awesome. So it lost 10% on those 2 Sundays, close to 11. Okay. Yes, Crones, I will check it. We're doing a whole thing right now. I'm not even gonna look at Last Epoch for probably like a minute because we're trying to figure out numbers, and I'm trying to make a list to make a YouTube video. So Last Epoch is the last thing on my mind right now. Your diploma was hardcore SSF? What? Yes, exactly. That's funny, actually. I like that. Point Morgan. That's good, because it was. It was hardcore because I fucked up a lot, and I had to make up. I literally had to make up 2 entire school years my senior year and get full credits for my senior year. Whereas most people are like taking half days their senior year. I had 2 years that I had basically either skipped or like failed classes in. And then I had like a full schedule for my senior year too. So I went half day at the high school, just taking all like core classes like math, English, science, taking like multiple of core classes to make those classes up. And then the other half of my day, I went to, it was called like I don't even know what they call it now. Like fucking, it was called the alternative school. I'm not even like ashamed of it because I loved it. But it's usually where they send like pregnant girls or like kids who are like, you know, dangerous or like in trouble or, you know, that can't be around other kids. But for me, I was just there to get shit done, and they would just give you the book and then give you a test at the end. You couldn't use the book to answer the questions on the test. You just had to teach yourself, and I fucking loved it. For example, I could use Polish, but Polish community, at least for my League of Legends times, was nothing but terribly bad experience. Yeah, and I think that they'll congregate in your stream if you're, because of that just like cultural connection, or if you like occasionally drop a Polish word or talk about like a Polish food or something. Like people love that shit because it feels familiar to them. But like there just isn't at nearly the size of audience for like viewership and growth in very like specific like other countries, except for like Asian countries, but it's because like video gaming is like part of their culture. But they also have different streaming platforms for like China. I don't think Twitch is allowed in China, and like YouTube isn't allowed, so they use like Bilibili or whatever. But like you look at some of those, like a lot of the Chinese streamers are getting like, you know, insane numbers, like hundreds of thousands. Of someone clicking his stream while scrolling, it would be 100% increase in chance. We had the star program. They wouldn't let me in alt. Yeah, no, it was great. It's called a continuation school. Yeah, but it was like part of the high school. But like even at the beginning of my senior year, this is one of the motivating factors was I met with the school counselor, my school counselor, whoever was in charge of me. And they were like, here's what I recommend. Just take normal classes, you know, enjoy your senior year. You're so far behind, you know, go over to the alternative school and try to like see how much progress you can make. And then, you know, get your GED or something like that. And you'll be good because you're so far behind. There's no way you're going to be able to walk with your class, with your graduating class. And so in my head, what I heard is, you're fucking retarded, idiot. Fuck you. And so I said, fuck you back. And I did it. Depends. I've been streaming 3.5 months. I'm not terribly good at it yet, but I have 600 followers already. Personality is a lot. Yeah, and being yourself is one of the more important things, but like finding a balance of being yourself, but also like knowing when to reel yourself in a little bit. Because there have been times where, you know, sometimes you go a little too hard in the paint and you scare some people away. Of course, but they got to end up on the channel first to experience the personality. You got Facecam. Oh yeah, Facecam is huge. Or VTuber, like I said, but I think like the VTuber character models, that's something else we can look up. Give me 1 sec. This will only take 1 second, and then we're gonna get back on topic. Anywhere from $100 to over $5,000. So for $100, they can probably make you into a talking potato. Interesting. But if you want to be a sexy chick with huge tits, that's going to probably be closer to the $5,000 range. Dude, I don't get it at all, but like, people love it. And that's what all, like, okay, this isn't 100% true. But you don't have to be hot to be a VTuber. But if you want to be a successful female streamer, typically, and you have a face cam, you got to be like above average attractiveness. Or like in that average to above average, or just have like an amazing personality. But here's the thing. You look at the top female streamers, I'm talking about like the top, not like there's plenty of like the middle ground. But if you're talking about like the top 10 female streamers that aren't VTubers, they're all attractive, like pretty decently attractive. It just depends on what you're going for, Darashi. I'm talking about like the top 10. Because the reason why is that Asmongold talks about this. And he is like, you know, Asmongold is one of the top streamers on Twitch. So that should tell you everything you need to know. He's like, there's different requirements to be a male streamer versus a female streamer. Because the fact, like, I am the proof. Whereas with female streamers, and he goes through the list, top 10 are not, they're not ugly. They're definitely above average. Yes, you could be a fucking potato. Show my ass crack hair, then be a VTuber. Hey, well that, maybe you should start an OnlyFans then. Sometimes Ricky likes to talk about titty streamers and make himself blush. Just put on makeup. Would you come in my stream if I did? Phrasing? What do you, wait, who are you talking to, Just? Thank you, Morgan. You're kind. But, yeah. He is speaking to me. Oh, he's asking if you would come into his stream. Okay, well. Thank God he didn't ask me. Just kidding. Okay, so back to what we were talking about. Okay, so we have the highs 246, 204. So 204 and then times 100 divided by 246. Okay, so they lost 18%. So almost double the drop percentage-wise. I guess it was 17% because it's 82.9. Which is pretty telling, because when you have half the numbers at your peak and you lose almost twice as many players in the same amount of time, But like, you look at these after this, there is no like, there are no like spikes. Whereas like you look at this, you come down to here and then it spikes back up, come to here, it spikes up, drops down, and then comes all the way and spikes up a little bit. And then once you start getting down here, it becomes flatter. You know what I mean? Whereas here, and this is 1 month. That's what's insane, is it took till the end of, or the very beginning of February till this graph started to flatten out. And here it's flattening out and we're only 1 month in. So we're at 51 is the peak right now, today. Where were we at when it was that low here? That was 3 months in. But it's also in context to the amount of players that were playing versus the peak here. But it's just like, yeah, it just doesn't look good. And even this new loot drop change, I think that was like the big eye-opening experience for me, is they finally are addressing loot drops, which, you know, a lot of people had been talking about for a while. And like, I hardly saw any of the big content creators even come back to the game for that update. Like Darth Microtransaction made a video about it, kind of, but like, and he's been playing the game, so like that's more important than posting a YouTube about it. But like Rax didn't come back, Woody, Quinn, Ziz, or at least I didn't see Ziz. I don't follow Ziz, so I don't know about Ziz, but his like YouTube videos will occasionally like show up in my algorithm, and I didn't see anything from him, so I don't know. But like, yeah, none of those guys came back for this change because they were just completely over it. So like, that's like the bump they got. Which, because when did the loot patch drop? Was that on the 4th? Let me see, I can see the exact date. G? That was on the 30th. Oh yeah, that was weird that it was in the middle of the week. So this is, yeah, this is still their high. Sunday, the high. And it is still lower than the week before. Like, they didn't even get a bump after their patch. Which is kind of crazy. Like, they still lost 10,000 players. So, yeah. Oh, God. I'm not afraid of your silly sort of power abuse. Only God can judge me. You're no longer... Actually, looping worse since patch. Not in my experience. I don't know. I like this league so far. I want to come back at some point. Fortunately / unfortunately, yes. No, I get it, Morgan, and that's the smart thing to do. That's like kind of the rock in the hard place I'm at right now. Is even though I think the game's in a great state, I'm just not super like hyped to play the game. Like, I have a decent time when I'm playing it. I'm just not like, you know, I'm kind of just cruising, and I don't really have like a ton of ambition to like try to make new builds. And I think that's the other problem with the way that they nerf things at the beginning of this season, is it's like, well, what's going to happen next league? Is everything that we've worked on this league going to be completely irrelevant again? And it's an issue that D4 has run into, where they make all these big item changes, or like, and that's, I think, the biggest issue is like itemization changes for D4 at least. But with this, like changing how every single support gem works, and changing how which support gems can be slotted into which skills, and then also nerfing those skills, and also changing the passive tree so you can't get at like the level of changes that they did means that anything that we're working on now could be completely irrelevant for next league. Now, I don't think they'll make that same mistake, but it's hard to get excited about making things like that. I think they patched loot right after they released. People got crazy loot drops. Rax is super put off the game. Woody went to D4 and immediately quit. Barricade has still been playing. Yeah, Barricade is, that's actually a good example. He's someone that's kind of stuck with it. But like with him, it's interesting because it's almost like, I don't know. But yeah, he did go on vacation too, so like he might not have the same level of fatigue, and he's just like a crazy upbeat type of guy. So it's hard to bring him down. IDK, they got crazy ass drops. Myself, I got nothing. Actually loot, okay. I really want to like PoE 2. I had a goal to do the end game bosses this time around and just got sick of maps again and stopped playing. Yeah, see, and that's fair. I think that the easiest way to view this league is that they spent way too much time tinkering with every aspect of the core concept of the game, instead of just nerfing the things that people expected them to nerf. And, you know, if you're like, okay, well, players weren't getting frozen enough or weren't being ignited enough. So like ailment threshold and stuff, I think it's fucking dumb. But like, I get it. If you want that to be a mechanic of the game, you know, those types of changes. But like changing 0.01% of this skill radius or damage or projectiles or whatever with every single skill in the game, and then with like all the Paragon changes, like tweaking all these nodes and doing all this stuff, like I think they just put their time into the wrong place. Instead, they should have been putting their time into getting another act of the campaign out, or more comprehensive endgame activities, or like just a more engaging way to interact with the Atlas system, because I know a lot of people don't love it. I don't necessarily, like, I don't have any issues with it, but like I get where people are coming from who do. So my loot has been worse, but I'm still having fun. Yeah, I found a single div this season. I'm bored with D4 unless I'm in a group. Hey, just wait until you're bored no matter what. I'm having fun with Witch Hunter. I made 50 divs so far, only from trading, maybe more. See, if you didn't have to redo the story, you wouldn't be burnt out. How is it bad that some builds on New League are nerfed? No. I'm not saying, I'm saying that's fine. Nerf builds, that's completely fine. But I mean, okay, so the issue we run into with D4 is, for instance, I'm playing an off-meta Frozen Orb Sork that I like hone the build, and I figure out all the gear to use to make it so it can like do certain content. Now they might like change, you know, the difficulty of the monsters, or might add, you know, like this season in D4 they added a new boss, so like I don't know if my build from last year is going to be able to do that new boss. They also changed, you know, monster health and stuff like that. But like what kept happening is they were changing the items themselves. So even though my build, like the skill didn't get changed because it was off meta and like it didn't get nerfed or buffed, but like I can't go back and test it in the new content on the Eternal Realm because I'd have to go refarm all that gear on the Eternal Realm to see if it's still viable in the current season. I can't do that. And so I think what Path of Exile 2 did, which is similar, is by changing everything, you have to start from scratch. It's not like I went on to my Spark Sork, which was a meta build, so this is a bad example, but it's like it wouldn't have even been able to do tier 2 maps. And like I would have to like completely figure out a whole new thing. But even if it was an off meta build, just because they changed like a bunch of the passive nodes, like there's the only build that is like semi-similar to pre Dawn of the Hunt. Okay, other than like the patch notes, at least when Dawn of the Hunt dropped, was maybe minions. But even like some of the nerfs to minions made it really tough to do a lot of the end game content with minions. So yeah, I'm just saying like, just don't change fundamental aspects of the game. Nerf builds, that's fine. But like when you change so many different aspects, it makes it so you have no reference. Like me playing all last league didn't give me any advantage for this league because they changed so much between leagues. So it's like a person with 0 hours at Dawn of the Hunt, the only difference is that I know the campaign better and like have a better eye for affixes maybe. But like as far as like character construction, so much was changed, especially in the primary class that I was playing, which was Sork. Like I haven't even touched a Sork this league, and I have no intentions of making a Sork because they clearly went over the top with that one, in my opinion. But yeah, that's what I was talking about. Where was I? D4 is a wash, rinse, repeat, and I'm afraid GGG is going to do the same. I don't think so. They need the other weapons and classes in ASAP. It's either fast-paced projectiles or slow-paced melee. Not enough dimensions to even begin to become creative with builds. Barricade is hard in the paint. I agree with that 100%. They just killed a lot of the fun for others. If someone has fun only playing builds that clear 3 screens and one-shot in-game bosses in one frame, then maybe they are the problem. Yeah, I hate doing the story, but that's probably because I'm doing acts. Yes, so that, yeah, and I think once they get acts, but like that's what they could have put their time into, is finishing those acts instead of putting the time into doing all these micro changes for classes that weren't like even the meta classes. Like I remember seeing like some crossbow skill nerfs, and I was like, crossbow was like the worst build type last league, and they had like made these minor nerfs to crossbow. Like they changed that crossbows now roll two-handed affixes and all that kind of stuff, so that ended up being really good for them. But the point is, why are you hyper focusing on these stupid little nitpicky things instead of focusing on the things that'll keep people engaged with the game? Still a lot of grind to get that, and a lot of currency we can't get. Relate, I barely play. Well, if you don't want me to expound on anything, then I will keep up 100% with chat and just not even go into any detail about anything. If I come back to PoE 2 this league, I gotta respec, but I don't really feel like taking out 80 something points one by one. Pay for this exact same problem. I don't know why there's spec. Yes. made Poisonous Concoction, and they removed ability to use it with Widow Quiver combo for free extra 12 levels, but I'm gonna test it and try to make it work with the new tools I have access to. There you go, Darashi. Which this league fucks though. Yeah, but like, I personally haven't seen anyone play Infernalist. Because they made, like, Infernalist was definitely not overpowered last league. At least, okay, I think there were aspects of it, and I think it had to do with Grim Feast that made it, like, impossible to die with it. Because I forgot who it was that had one of those builds, a minion build, that they could literally just face tank any boss. And with, like, the amount of energy shield they could get, stacking with Grim Feast, and their, like, recharge rate, it was insane, so...
There once was a cat with a hungry belly. The name
Swallow.
of the cat was Whisper.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it.
And his bow was bare. Meow, me furry cats.
You know what fucks? This guy. There's... Dart, come on. You gotta say... You know, the whole thing. Like, what's got two thumbs and fucks? This guy. That's what you gotta do. Especially in text. You gotta explain it, because you could be talking about me, you could be talking about someone else in chat, just saying this guy. We have no idea who's this guy. Power level this weekend. Welcome. I think Infernalist having 50% more crit damage is busted. I haven't seen a single person playing Infernalist since they nerfed the Hellhound, though. Yeah, I did. Just. Oh, you redeemed it for someone yesterday and then he redeemed it himself? Then let me see. Probably not then. Was that Happy? Happy birthday? I need to go to my mod view. Which for some reason I can't access from Stream Manager. Or wait, maybe I can. Wait one sec. No? Yeah, I don't know why. It's fucking dumb. Because it doesn't even give me the little sword. Okay, I got you. Your points have been refunded. Casual did? Oh, he was playing Infernalist? I was planning to make Totem build on Infernalist. Sorry, is this better? Yes, Dark, that's much better. Using the node that makes you summon 1 totem per 100 spirit. Yeah, 1 extra, like you get an extra totem per 100 spirit. Okay, so yeah. But I think that the core problem, or like I think it started out with patch notes, because those patch notes dropped, and the deceptiveness between their reveal trailer, because they got all people super hyped up with the reveal trailer being like, this is all the new stuff we're adding, and everyone's like, oh, it's great, dude, it's just gonna be, you know, everyone expected certain nerfs, and then the patch notes drop and they made like some hints at it, like being like, oh, just wait, everything you knew from last league is gonna change. And they were like smirking, which, you know, in hindsight, might have handled that situation a little bit differently, because they thought that people were gonna be stoked about them gutting the game? I don't know. You son of a bitch. No, you're good, B-Dog. It was from yesterday too, so. There you go. Refresh. Refresh. Guess Ricky will pay for my wrongdoings. Okay. Yeah, and then server stability issues. And this goes back to the same thing from before where we're talking about where they were spending their time. Instead of doing all the nitpicky stuff. Server stability, frame rate drops, DCs, all the different things. And I don't know how that kind of stuff, you know, some games you never have server issues. Other games, it just seems like it's perpetual, like it just happens all the time. But you think that it's something that you can improve, right? That's got to be something that you could, in theory, improve. Was there any other big games that released around the same time? Big RPG games of April. Because it would be within like a week that it would really have a big impact on their release time. Yeah, but Claire came out like a month later, so that's not. You should add armor equals bad. Okay, I got you uppercase. Armor still, or I'll just do what you said. That's a plus sign. That's almost a penis. SMH. Yeah, so Last Epoch is on there. Last Epoch's new season. But like, you know, with this most recent patch, I think a big reason why some of the other streamers didn't come back to it is because of No Rest for the Wicked had their update, their like new season or whatever, and that's another ARPG, so that affected this most recent loot patch, but it didn't like I'm just trying to give them any excuses for the performance. Because timing is always a huge part of it. And technically speaking, they said 3 to 4 months for their league, like their major update releases, which most live service games I know, and I get that it's early access. I don't have a ton of experience playing like early access games from the time that they launch, like the early access till full release. But like, we could also get into being in over their heads with 2 live service games. That's probably another thing I should talk about. Because clearly they were putting time into Oblivion Remaster. Might have been close enough, but that only came out like a week or 2 ago, right? Yeah, I was just looking for things at like the first week of April. Yeah, so there wasn't really anything else that would have... That South of Midnight game, but that was not even in the same hemisphere, so... Okay, well, their only excuse is Last Epoch. And it still came out a week after. They had to, or like 10 days after. They pushed theirs back because of Path of Exile 2 announcing it was going to be like 2 days apart or something. But they didn't announce their release date for Dawn of the Hunt until after Last Epoch already had their date set for like, I don't know, a month or so. I went to D4, been playing it on and off. Yeah. And to help with the armor equals bad thing, I feel like it should just be straight up damage reduction, not just physical. Yes, yeah, so someone did bring that up earlier, and that is a good point. That like, they reduce the amount of physical damage that enemies do, but they didn't adjust the elemental damage or something. So it made armor even less useful because it's only negating physical damage. Okay, fizz damage only needs to be all damage types. Because that's the thing, is like, energy shield is exactly what it is. All it is a shield. That's it. The more you get, the safer you are, the more defense you have. But then when you have things like evasion and armor, evasion has 1,000 different math equations happening at the exact same time. Because you have a monster, a regular white mob trying to hit you, and it misses. Now it has a twice the chance, like twice the accuracy per se, to hit you the next time it tries to hit you. And then if it misses again, it gets double again. But then it's also doing the math of this rare monster that has way more accuracy than the white monster. The rare monster misses the first time, or it hits you the first time. And then it's doing a whole new, like, there's all these things that you can't factor in. So like, you evade 5 shots or 10 shots, but you get hit once and you die instantly. And it's like, okay, well, that doesn't feel like defense. That feels like RNG fence. I might have to rebuy all my armor and get pure evasion. Just go with energy shield. Should be able to easily grab a node or something that makes percentage of armor. Yeah, a passive node. Dopeski, what's up? How are you doing? Something to help, yeah. But that's the reason why Energy Shield has been the most consistent, because not only is it just like this item, it's basically if your items were giving you health and like twice as much health at all times, because that's essentially what it is. You're just getting double health. You're getting health on top of your health, but this health recharges inherently, whereas your health, you need life regen to have it recharge. And then, like I said, with evasion, it's not straightforward enough and it's not consistent enough where it feels like you can rely on evasion. It's like theoretical. Even at 100% evasion, you can still get hit because they'll miss maybe those first 5 swipes. But if you don't kill them fast enough, or maybe you don't even see, you know, because you're being surrounded by so many enemies, or like on a boss, yeah, they might miss 2 or 3, but then it also gives you a false sense of security. You don't visually see anything when you're evading. So when an evasion works, you don't see it. If you get hit and you have energy shield, you see how much like survivability you have left. So you start, you know, playing differently. If armor breaks, I'm pretty sure you hear a sound, right? When your armor breaks. So you know, like, I don't know, is there like an amount of time before your armor comes back? I don't have any experience with armor. Only when I played full armor with no block / evasion, and only then I realized how broken the skeleton mages. I brought it up, but not in this context. I meant that since mixed damage, okay, mixed damage now has more physical damage to it, then your armor will have lower % damage reduction. Okay. When I started leveling up my mercenary, I noticed I could only start my path on the tree in a specific spot. I don't like that. I wish I could start wherever I want in the beginning of the tree. Oh, so you're talking about like the starting points for passive trees? I think that's like, you know, to me, that's not a big deal. I think the whole concept of it is that like they're trying to nudge you in a direction to go with your build. And then if you want to go a different, or like with your class, but if you want to go in a different direction, you have to sacrifice some points to get there. And I'm okay with that for me personally, but yeah, I get what you're saying. Just eating some breakfast. Oh, here, wait, let me pull this back up. Because we're going to look at Last Epoch real quick. I forgot about that. Charts. So yeah, they had their highest numbers ever, but like that's why it's hard to have a realistic comparison, because this is their highest numbers ever, right? Steam release. Okay, when it came out on Steam was their highest numbers ever. 264, and that was around the same number that Path of Exile 2 had with just this league. This was their full release date. When it came out for full release, all this was early access. So it's a whole different realm. But like their drop off has been pretty significant. Because they're kind of having the same thing that this League of Path of Exile is having, where there's no like, you know, there's not like the dip and then back up a little bit and then back down. It's kind of just like down, and then it plateaus and then down, and then it plateaus and then down. It's not really having those spikes, those peaks and valleys. Because yeah, right now, 24-hour peak 30K. We are a month, almost a month. So yeah, that's a much more drastic drop off, which is actually kind of surprising, because I haven't had anyone who said anything bad about Last Epoch. Like, other than just like, you know, one of the Sentinel classes like just OP or whatever. Still randomly stop taking damage. How much is a jewel that gives you the notable that makes strength equal to 1% max energy shield? Holy shit. I'm okay with sacrifices also. Imagine 600 of strength to go 2-hand mace plus shield and full energy shield gear. That'd be insane. Okay, boys, I'm gonna go pretend to work. I'll pop back in later. Thank you, Morgan. Good luck at work. Hopefully it goes smooth. It's crazy to think they're all kind of doing the same thing. Yeah. Epoch is boring AF, my opinion, after trying to play for 3 hours. Yeah, so what I've heard, because I kind of felt the same way when I've gone back to last Epoch, even with the struggles of Path of Exile 2 this league. But what I've heard is the first 3 to 5 hours or 3 to 6 hours is really not great. It's really slow and kind of boring. And then once you start, you know, getting some power and being able to have access to more shit, it starts becoming a lot more fun. But yeah, that kind of drop off is pretty insane, because that's got to be the biggest drop off, even just if you use percentages, not like going by just like flat numbers. Because like, let's do the percentages real quick. 30 times 100 divided by 150. So they've lost 80% of their player base in less than a month. Which, that would have been really easy to do because these numbers actually like multiply into each other. You know what I mean? But hey, fuck me, right? They allow you to use any weapon for any class, so I don't know. I just think it makes sense to allow you to start wherever you want at the beginning of a tree. Yeah. I guess. I don't know. Like, it's definitely a viable opinion to have. Just to me, that's not super high on the list. Just because it's never been like a huge detriment. Usually I just level up a class with whatever they're like, you know, like a leveling build. So like for even with like Sorks last season, you just level up going into using like a Widow Hail bow and using Lightning Arrow because it's like super solid for the early game for all the builds. So you just get a good Widow Hail and a solid quiver, and you just level up that way. And then once you have enough passive points that you can actually like spec into the class that you're, or like the build that you're trying to go into. But I did feel like with the Mercenary, it is the most detrimental because it's trying to use, isn't it trying to use armor and evasion? So it's like not great for that. Fuck it, Ricky, just be a hunt streamer. I'm okay with that. Wait, where did that come from? But it is my bedtime as well. Thanks for showing the numbers. I was wondering what active player base plays. Yeah, no problem, Crones. I think armor plus evasion is very strong, at least for my PoE 1 experience. Yeah, I don't know. I just think that in my experience so far, evasion did nothing. Armor does a little bit. And energy shield is amazing. But I think a lot of it is visual. Like, you don't see when you're in an evading attack, you just see that you're dying all the time because you don't know that you've evaded 100 attacks in a row and then you finally get hit once and you die. So it's like, that's the problem, I think, is there's no indication that you're about to die. All it is that you eventually get hit and then you die. And then with energy shield, you see your energy shield dropping down, so you know, okay, I gotta retreat. Then I re-engage once my energy shield starts recharging. With armor, it breaks, you hear it breaks, okay, I gotta retreat, I gotta reposition, I gotta be smarter, whatever. With evasion, there is none of that. It's just all of a sudden you get hit and you're dead. Yeah, I get that. I get that 100%, Swallow. I'm in the opinion that all ARPGs are meh at the moment. Yeah, I just think Path of Exile, like I said, they just made some really poor choices. But like, they also, this could have been the best thing for the game. Now, if we're thinking in a super optimistic way, the state of the game when Dawn of the Hunt launched could have been the extreme version of them seeing where the player base stands. So like, we're gonna go above and beyond to make all these changes to see how much we can get away with and to see where a good middle ground is, because they're clearly not just trying to repeat Path of Exile 1. They don't want to make the same game over again. So if we're being very generous, we could, like, maybe they're like, you know, they're playing 4D chess or whatever, because they are thinking 100 steps ahead. I don't think that was the case, but it might have been. Like, I think part of early access is to stress test even the patience of the player base, and even like the pace of the game, and, you know, find where is the middle ground between their vision and keeping the player base happy and making the game the best way possible. You hate everything. Shh. I got a godly armor evasion chest too. Feels bad. Yeah, hopefully they fix the other defense methods. No, it's okay to test radical stuff during EA. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Darashi. So I think that could have been part of it. But the thing is when you go that heavy-handed with a lot of the changes, like, let's say, you know, their numbers were 50%. The peak was like 50% of their early access launch peak. So even just the patch notes, let's say you lost 20% of players that would have come back because they saw the patch notes, nothing about it made them excited. Even people that might have given early access a chance and were like, oh, we'll see what happens as the game develops. We'll see with the next update what it's going to be like. Maybe I'll come back. And then they see the patch notes and they're like, oh, never mind. I'm not coming back now. So let's say 20% you lost just from the patch notes. Then people playing the game, you might have had like 5 to 10% of people that played the way that game was and were like, oh, they're going in a completely different direction. Like, this is no longer a game I even want to give a chance to. I'm done with this for the foreseeable future. So like, going that heavy-handed, they might have like permanently lost players. I don't know what the percentage was if that is the case, but like, if you get on a game that you weren't 100% invested into beforehand, and you're just like, oh, this is like miserable, I'm not enjoying this at all, like, what incentive do you have to come back, you know? So, okay. In over their heads. So patch notes drop, server stability issues, timing, campaign fatigue, investing, development time. How do I phrase this? Time on potentially the wrong things. Hyper focusing skill and passive nerfs over new content and stability improvements. Campaign is such a weird word. I don't even know when you're supposed to use those fucking fake parentheses that got the little thing in the middle of them. But I used it inside a different parentheses, so that's probably the wrong way to use it, but I don't even give a fuck. Should also talk about how they never address the state of trade. Oh yeah. Hesitancy to talk about issues with RMT and the trade market. That is a really good point, because it is weird. It is weird that they just don't even want to like go into it at all. Like even broach the subject and be like, hey, we're thinking, you know, it might be a little bit better, save people some time, reduce scammers, reduce as much RMT if you do these other things. But they're like, no, next question. Like that was one of the weirdest things when they were doing that interview, where I'd ever seen someone in an interview, just like their entire mood and like everything shifted instantly. It was like they both just like got stiff and awkward, and they were like, next subject. And it was like, is as if he just said, your mother's a whore or something, just like completely insane to this guy's face. And Jonathan is just like, next question. Or like, did you kill that hooker or something? You know what I mean? Like it was like that level of a reaction to like a really simple, like they weren't even like being crazy about it. Called Mark, he said give fucked, but was angry this time. Oh God. Okay, so that is, I think that's good for the start. Cause like even just this shit, I'm gonna have to really try to condense my thoughts, because I will get lost talking about a lot of this stuff. So then okay, so let's do I need to do a new line. At dawn, drop. And then now, after 0.20 2.0 F, is that what we are? EF, no, G. Okay. More bullets. Okay, so the current state of the game, we feel I'm gonna start off with my opinions, then we'll sprinkle in some things. We should probably start off with the bad things that we still feel like in the game, like things that even from launch of this current league, they haven't improved yet. So like server stability is still a huge issue. Huge issue. I like this stuff anyway. Optimization. Yeah, I think that can be tied in with server stability. Maybe we do server stability / optimization. I don't care. Game lag is fucking absurd. Yeah, so all of that is server stability and optimization. So all of that falls into this first category, but I do want to talk about the things that are still issues. As Merriam Wisps, in my opinion, are still a waste of time. Wisps still feel bad. Evasion and armor still feel weak compared to energy shield. Cause like address the issues at the beginning and then we can talk about the improvements since drop. I think I need to put player power, heavy-handed buffs to monsters. To grind for though? Yeah. Cause like that was the other thing is that they said bosses were gonna be more accessible. To me, that means, cause I don't think there's really a way to like, other than just adding like citadels all over your map, which most people probably wouldn't be upset about. But a way that you could do that is just like guarantee that, like for instance, if you're doing a tier 10 at least on a citadel, I don't know, is there a waystone requirement for citadels? Like does it have to be at least a certain tier? I'm not sure. But let's say you're doing a tier 10, it's got to be a T15 minimum. Okay. So T15. If you do a T15 on a citadel, you get one waystone, you get one fragment. If you do a T16, you get at least 2. Just like flat. And then if you buff up waystone drop chance, or you have a tower nearby and get other like increased quant of waystones and all that kind of shit, then you could get more. But like that would just be a real easy lock-in access to more of those mats. Because by the maps, if you're not strength stacking build, you will cap at 2k. Yeah. But that's what I'm saying is like, I think from my experience that maybe the theory of evasion isn't wrong, but having some visual indicator when like you know, like for instance, in Elden Ring, they have the red hits, or like in any of those types of games where it's like you cannot parry or block this hit. You have to get out of there. Like it's a unblockable, unparryable move. They need that kind of same concept for evasion. When this monster is going to be a guaranteed hit, then you need to know so that you can get out of there, because you have no other indication that you're not going to evade that, because you don't know how many times he's missed you. Yeah, but that's like dodging. In a perfect world, you just dodge every attack. But in some situations, you have 50 monsters surrounding you. I'm just saying, you can see something with energy shield, you can hear something with armor, there's nothing for evasion. The entire time I played evasion, it felt worse than anything I've ever played in any game. Like, I was just getting one shot all the time. Half the time I didn't even know where I was getting killed from. Like, it was just a miserable experience. So that, like, if that's my starting experience with evasion, why would I ever want to give it another shot? Yeah, RB specifically needs more, I think. Wait, what do you mean by that, uppercase? That was at like 85 or something % chance to evade. This wasn't even like an end game. This is just me trying to stack as much evasion as possible while I'm progressing. And I was just getting one shot all the time. And like, some of this might have been before they like adjusted numbers, you know, and reduced some of the stuff that monsters are doing or whatever. But like, I'm just talking about the core concept of it is that with energy shield, you can get gear that has health and energy shield. With evasion, you get gear that has evasion and health. So like, one thing you're getting a double roll essentially, and the other thing you're not. Like, Arbiter feels way harder to get to grind for. Yeah, I agree. I just don't know what the solution for that is. Arbiter. To difficult to acquire mats. I need to phrase that differently. Still too difficult to acquire mats for Arbiter. Boss mats nerf. Fun. League mechanic nerfs. Specifically breach. Sag. What the fuck is Markdown? I don't even know what that was. Sure. More crisis fragments somehow. Just make all fragments be the same regardless of Citadel. And make 2 fragments per boss. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, if you just had like a guaranteed like minimum fragment drop instead of the guarantee only being 1 no matter what you do. And that's why I was hoping that like you could do Citadels at like tier 10 Waystones, because then, you know, at like tier 10 to, you know, 13 or 14, you get 1, and then at tier 15, you get 2, and then if you do a tier 16, you get 3, or something like that. But yeah, they just need to have some kind of form where your guaranteed fragment drops are higher. And then you can buff it on top of that. Because, like, for instance, with me, I got to a citadel. There was literally not a tower anywhere nearby that I could even, like, buff Waystone drop chance. And I still ran it on, like, a real shit Waystone that had, like, 150% Waystone chance on it. Or increased Waystone drop, whatever. And I only got 1 fragment. And I was like, dude, that took me, like, 4 hours to even just get to that citadel. I don't really know why we have 3 different types. Yeah, other than boss variety, I guess. Finally dropped Hands of Wisdom. Go get your Chaos or your Exalted. I don't even know what they're worth right now. I think a perfect roll is still worth like 6 divs. If it's like best case scenario, corruption hits perfect. I think you could get like maybe 10 divs. Want to hear something funny? Pathfinder has 30% of evasion act as armor versus... Is Pathfinder the other... What is Pathfinder? Is that a ranger? That's the other ascendancy for ranger? Okay. The one that nobody plays? Okay, so loot feels okay. Well, let's try to think of anything else that is negative now, and then I'll start going into the positives. I would have to play through campaign again to know if like how the changes affect just like a playthrough of the campaign. But there's nothing other than those things that are like, don't get me wrong, they're significant, especially the stability and optimization shit is really bad right now. But there's nothing really specific that I can think of. So let's go with these. Go down this list and then we'll see if it's still a problem. Timing is unrelated. Campaign fatigue still exists, but obviously they weren't gonna add an act in the middle of a league, so whatever, but that's still a problem. Still seems to GGG still seems to be split. Seems to have their focus split between 1 and 2. Communication issues. Communication is still a problem. Giving updates on what's going on, comma, what they're working on, transparency with release plans. I don't really know how to phrase that, but I just feel like when I first started playing Path of Exile 2, the one thing I heard from everybody from the Path of Exile 1 community was GGG is one of the only devs that is always updating us, always transparent, always answering questions, always responding. And I will admit, they've done a lot of interviews, a lot more than most developers I've ever seen, whether it's like because of the success of early access and they're there to, like, you know, get their flowers, or if it's because of the failure of Dawn of the Hunt and they have to come out and face the music, you know what I mean? So I do give them credit for that, but I just think, like, more consistent, even if it's just shit updates, like I said, that 2 weeks they took off, they could have posted one thing on X. Like, I literally came up with the idea for them. Just do a meme of Walter White in the lab and just be like, we're cooking or something. Just something to give people something. Like, taking weeks between having any kind of interaction or response, or, hey guys, right now we need to be focusing on Path of Exile 1 because we have the new league coming up. We still have a team working on some stability and blah 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 issues with Path of Exile 2. But, like, that would be great. I think that people would probably lose their shit, so I don't know. But, like, anything to just, like, keep people engaged, because if you don't see anything for over a week, you're just like, oh, okay, they just don't give a shit. And I just think that that's a big problem, because even, like, D4 will just post, like, random, oh, how's your time in fucking Sanctuary? Look at this new microtransaction we dropped. Like, something. They're shit posts, but it's still interaction. I know all about the block tech. I have 4 warriors, but even after all that, you still have to be a warbringer, and it does nothing for armor, which I think is easier, cheaper to get going. Block is a huge W warrior defense, but don't get me wrong. But I just wish that there was a better option for armor, because I have a ballista warbringer that can't use a shield. If I could just do armor, that'd be sick. I think they need some new, yeah, definitely. They just need someone to be filling the gap between valuable information, even if it's just posting memes saying, you know, how's everybody enjoying the game? What are your thoughts? Like, even though they're probably not gonna look at that tweet and, like, take valuable information from it, and it might just be a bunch of people complaining, but it gives people a chance to complain and feel like it's gonna make a difference, even though it won't. But those little things make a huge difference in overall player base. Like, your feeling of being heard, even if you're not being heard. So that's the thing. So you felt the pain? I felt on my Witch Hunter. GG wants, they can hire me. I can take all the Twitter hatred on. Yeah. Well, and that's the other thing, is that I forgot, we were in a stream, like one of the streams from last week or something, I was talking about, I forgot who, like, either way, the conversation was about, like, if you're gonna be a public figure, expect to get hate. No matter what sphere you're on, if you're on the internet, and you're trying to be, you're either a company or you're an athlete or you're this or that, like there's just, you're gonna get a lot of shit no matter what. And if you can't handle that, that isn't on everybody else around you. It's not the world's job to protect you. It's your job to know that if you're going into the public sphere, or even if you just are posting on the internet, if you have a public TikTok and you're posting TikToks, like there's this girl that got a bunch of hate, and it was like, you know, one of those TikToks about like showing her progress working out at the gym or something, and she would like video herself on TikTok for like 4 months or 6 months or something, and she was like 6-month update, and she looked the exact same. Nobody could tell a difference, and she's kind of chubby. I'm like, if you put that out there and a bunch of people say only thing that changed is like your hair or something, or like somehow you got fatter or something, then don't post that to the public. If that, like, if you're that sensitive. So yeah, that was my whole point. But yeah, like, cause people were complaining about like the devs getting a bunch of hate, and I'm like, I also don't agree, or like, I don't think that the things that people say are appropriate. I'm not like approving what degenerate, awful people on the internet say. I'm just saying, don't be surprised when it happens, and don't start crying about it to everybody else and be like, I'm receiving harassment and they're being sexist and they're being racist. And it's like, you're on the internet, retard. Get over yourself. Hey, you came in at an intense time. Athalo goes, I apologize. We're just talking about, because people were like talking about the GGG devs getting a bunch of hate and saying how they probably didn't deserve it. And they don't deserve to get like comments about, you know, I'm sure people were saying stuff like, I hope your whole family dies or something crazy. But unfortunately, it's the internet. So when people are surprised that that kind of stuff is happening, I'm always confused. The stream is going great though. We're just we're gonna make a YouTube video talking about what happened at Dawn of the Hunt, why it has been struggling, and all the changes they've made. Like, what's the state of the game now? Because I think the game's actually in a really great state. But I think that a lot of the negativity at the beginning of the league led to a lot less excitement. And like, we looked at all the graphs. The numbers are pretty not great. Like, their drop-off rate is double what it was with early access release. And right now, 1 month in, they have the same player base that they had at like almost 3 months in with early access. So the same amount of people playing the game. So it's just, you know, it's kind of sad because it's like we still have at minimum 2 more months before we get a new league. And so it's going to be an interesting 2 months. Yeah, that's wild to me. I agree. You can never please everyone. Exactly. And that, like, you have to understand that there's just a lot of unreasonable people in the world. You see them with your own eyes. You go out into public and you see people that are just like unreasonable. But then on the internet, it's amplified by 1,000,000x because there's no consequences. As for W's for the league, I love the unique maps. Okay, yeah, let's do that. I'm gonna start off with, okay, let's do another subcategory. Still, issues. The more organized I keep this, the easier it'll be for me when I'm recording the video. And then we'll do improvements. Unique maps. Oh, fuck, I'm still underlined. What the fuck, dog? Okay, there we go. Are a lot of fun. Great new content. I hope it's more than 2 months. I'm just getting twisted on this Huntress. Well, I said at minimum. It's probably gonna be 3 months. And you say that now, Athalagos, but in a month, it could be different. It's just tough because once the player base drops off so much, like all of your currency is gonna be coming from just what you're able to find, because the trade market is really not great right now. Like I'm having no luck. Like I sold some stuff 2 days ago, but like really shit stuff, not for a lot. And I have some really solid gear that I've crafted, and it just seems like there's just not enough players right now where you're gonna, like, the people still playing the game already have the gear they're looking for, or the gear they're looking for is very, very specific. Whereas if we had like double the player base right now, there'd be enough people looking for things that would be willing to trade. Also, spear skills are pretty sick. Yeah, new class. New class is awesome. Spear skills. Uniques. What else? Maybe that's it. Ricky always pleases me. I find most of spear skills boring. Darashi, hop over to Sork's skill tree for a month. Then get back to me. I wish there were more melee weapons. Like, you just mean like bringing axes and swords to the game? How many people looking for fast leveling guide? I would dare say there are many people interested in making new build, need to buy new gear. But that's the thing, is like, new gear isn't valuable. So you could sell new gear to those players for like 5 exalted. But like, I mean, there's not enough of that like middle ground. Like when we were talking about the percentages of the player base, the 10% is still there. They already have all the gear they want. They already, or if they need new gear, it's like min-max type gear. There's not enough people in the 90% left that are like in the same stage where I'm at, where you're in end game, but you're trying to make small improvements, and you're looking for an amulet that isn't a perfect amulet that costs 150 divines, but you're looking for something that's an improvement on what you do have. So it's like, that's where I'm seeing the disconnect. I tried making casters. How'd it go? Either that or just make maces less clunky. I don't see how that's a positive. More melee weapons, I think those are going to be directly connected to class releases. That came out wrong. Yes, it did, Dark. Sit with that. Enjoy it. I think that Spearfield is solid. I think that obviously the twister mechanic is crazy. The other spin to win build that people have been playing, like that one Miso's playing is awesome. Lightning Spear is obviously great. I think that Stormlance is solid. And if you compare that to Sork, you have Comet, but it sucks unless you can use it on a trigger ability. Then you have Frost Orb and Frost Bomb, Orb of Storms, and that's it. As like anything that is even interesting, or like I would say 80% of the Sork skills are things that don't even pique my interest in trying to make work. Yeah, Detonate Spear is also solid. I had Flame Blast build, but they made it have cooldown now. Oh god. Supposed to be the Goblin is curious what we are discussing. So Gar, we are talking about, so I'm gonna make a YouTube video kind of talking about how the season started and a lot of the like issues with the new league with Dawn of the Hunt and what led to like a lot of the negative sentiment around Path of Exile 2 for this league, and like the issues that we had when it came out. And then I want to talk about the state of the game now. So like taking the list of the issues that we had from launch and what are still currently issues, but more so focus on a lot of the improvements they've made since launch that honestly feel way better. Like I think the game feels awesome now. I just am not, I don't have a ton of motivation to play the game a ton, unfortunately. What kind of gear you have to sell it? That's what I'm saying, is I don't even have that gear. Like I wouldn't even list it because 5 Exalts is worthless to me. I just mean that there's not that the other group of players, like for instance, like me and Uppercase and you know, not like that top 5 or 10% of player base that's only looking for the greatest rolls and the perfect rolls of everything, but like the people that are in between that are still progressing and yeah, there's just like the more condensed the player base becomes, the less options there are. So it's like the only gear you're gonna sell is either perfectly rolled S tier gear or really low end leveling gear. I just crafted a quiver that I'm seeing people selling for a mirror. Scrap it. Good call. Good call, Uppercase. I always take Uppercase's advice when it comes to gear. To be honest, if you like Incinerate, you can try making it on Pathfinder. Seen some people play it because on Pathfinder you get 50% less penalty for speed while casting. That might actually be sick, Darashi. I think my biggest issue is the Sork skill tree is pretty uninspiring. And then on top of that, the Sork ascendancies after they annihilated Stormweaver became very uninspiring. Now, I think Chronomancer has interesting mechanics and concepts, but like for a caster specifically, like what I want to play as a caster, and that's my primary class in every RPG type game, is elemental caster. Like I want to be a Sork. I want to be casting lightning, and like even just a lot of the cold skills like Frostbolt or Frost Orb or whatever it's fucking called is just boring. Like, and then Eye of Winter used to have some viability, and then they took away its ability to add critical weakness. So then that just became useless. Like, there isn't, Eye of Winter had the potential to be that like kind of cool style skill, but its base damage wasn't good enough. And now that they increased the base damage scaling of all those skills, that means that the damage is kind of there, but now you don't get the critical weakness. Like, I could still maybe do something, but like Stormweaver sucks. I want to play a Sork. Playing another class as a caster doesn't resolve the whole Sork in and of itself problem, but yeah, it's pretty uninspiring to me. I like Sork. I would prefer to just play a Sork, but you know, until they change something or add the new Ascendancy or revert some of the nerfs to Stormweaver or something, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. I've heard both. That's the weird thing, Uppercase, is I've heard both, but I haven't heard anyone having luck with Chrono as a caster. I've heard people having luck with Chrono playing other like types of builds. So yeah. Okay, what's the loot feels much better now. Most in-game events have dress, or most events within maps, expedition, breach, rituals, strong boxes have drastically improved. Oh, essences too. That's another thing I forgot. Essences. Because as Merriam-Wisps is still up here, I think it's still bad. I do like the new Rogue Exiles thing too. Rogue Exiles is fun, but could be tweaked. Because it just feels like they're too weak when I run into them. But also, like, the balance just feels off. Because, like, before, when the league first dropped, there was, like, one or two of them that could just insta one-shot you, and that was super annoying. But now, they just feel too weak. And maybe it just might be with Lightning Spear, but, like, half the time I kill them without even seeing them, or, like, getting to interact with it. But they are fun, yeah. Okay, give me a sec, Just. Let me open up Path of Exile. I can look for you.
Who ordered all this fucking anime titty?
Who was that? What's on, Merca? Oh, and Morgan redeemed a stretch. I didn't even see that. We were locked in. I think most of it is power creep. Yeah, I just think that I don't know how you would change Exiles to be more, because they also, I don't know. Like, I guess they're loot wise, they feel solid-ish. But originally I had the concept that they were always gonna have a unique item. That's, I think, what a lot of people heard when they were explaining Exiles, is that they're like, it's a new way to farm uniques. essentially, because everyone you run into is gonna have at least one unique, and it's turned into like 1 out of 10 that I kill has unique or something. In between bosses and rares. Yeah, like I just think that if the concept is that they're supposed to be like a version of a class, I think all of their gear should at least be rare. That's what I think. All their gear should at least be rare. I think the concept of them guaranteeing a unique, so like every time you face one, now it might not be a good unique, but getting one unique, and even if it's just a chance shard, is more valuable than a lot of the blues that they drop currently. They're annoying when they run evasion. Yeah, I agree. I just thought it was like a guaranteed unique. Like everything that I had heard led me to believe that this was a new mechanic that was also going to be like a fun test of your build, but also just a way to farm uniques. Who's in here? Who's this? There he is. Okay, let me see. Seems pretty solid. I don't know how important projectile skills are. Prime quiver, so it does have the attack speed. Okay, we'll keep that. Lightning, boom, 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 boom. That one has crit hit chance. I'll make you boss. Wait. Yeah, the other two that are listed that have similar stats to yours also have crit hit chance. So that might be pretty important. Because yours has the mana per enemy killed, but doesn't have crit hit chance. Like, I think... let me see. This is your lowest roll. You just need to whittle off mana per enemy killed and try to get something better. Because it could be worth a lot. At least 10 divines. But where it's sitting, I don't think it's worth a mirror. And if you do get crit hit chance, get a solid one. It's better than this one that's listed for 200 divines, so... But this is weird because this one isn't... Like, this just has 2% less attack speed than this one, but this is listed for 10 and this one's listed for 200, so those prices are kind of insane. If only it had level 2 projectiles. Projectile speed is important on bows. Same as getting projectile damage. Okay. I don't know how much this shit is for my overlay showed me similar ones and for a mirror. Yeah, you can send it to Darashi too. You know how to link it in chat, right? He just put his gamer or his character name in stream. Oh, I'll link it to you. Okay, give me 1 sec. Yeah, Omen of Whittling. That's what I would do. Because where it's sitting right now, it's worth probably between 2 and 10 divines. Or you get an Omen of Whittling and it could go up to 10 to 200, somewhere in that range. Omen of Whittling is 6 divs. Dude, it's insane how much they just keep going up. Because it was like 3 divs the other day, I swear to God. Or like maybe 3.5. Yeah, just keeps raising every day. Because everyone's trying to like min-max everything. But usually with seasons you see prices drop over time, you know what I mean? Okay, let's pull this back up because we're almost done with this. I think I got like the core to start writing things. I just want to add more positives to the improvements. Some bug / crash / exploits have been fixed. Okay, after checking the market, there are 2 quivers kind of like yours for 4 and 5 divs. Then there's that next one up at 10 divs. The good thing is, yeah, the good thing is that his lowest tier, like obviously you won't know until you use Omen of Whittling, but I'm pretty sure that's not a high tier roll for mana per enemy killed, but it's a suffix. So that means you could get crit hit chance, you could get projectiles, like there's valuable things you could get in suffixes. Like the things that would take it up a ton of value. Okay, what other positives? Campaign progression feels much better. Player power versus monster power feels better. Goes up to like T6 and he has T3. Yeah, dude, it's completely up to you. Just, it's worth it. Like for me, that item by itself, I probably wouldn't even try to sell. So the only hope I would have is to do an Omen of Whittling and then see what happens. I would only use 1 though, just because you never know. And mana per kill is worth nothing. So worst case scenario, you just make back your Omen of Whittling. You know what I mean? You just sell it for 5 divs and you basically make it back. Yeah, at worst you make 0 profit. Okay, what'd you get now? Dude, I love this little scarab beetle pet. The suspense is killing us, just. Oh, okay. I thought you meant done as in you'd already done it. Okay. I think that's good enough. If I think of anything else, I can add it later. That gives me a pretty solid base to work on for the video. And then I can just kind of type up a script based on this and then do like a end part talking about where I think they should put their focus for the upcoming league, for next league, to try to earn back some trust, you know? But I think they've done a pretty good job so far this league addressing some of the glaring issues, at least for me personally. I haven't had a ton of problems with like absurd disconnects. There was like one of the patches that happened, not one of the major patches, but one of the smaller patches that happened where I was having like a lot of issues with disconnects, which is kind of an annoying thing. I don't know how that happens, where you go from like the game feeling pretty solid, like you're never DCing, and then they come out with a patch that shouldn't have anything to do with you disconnecting, and then all of a sudden you're disconnecting all the time. Oh yeah, that is another big thing. Patch release was a mess. After 2-week MIA patch released with game-breaking issue and was taken offline for servers hours.
Humans, what have you learned?
Rollback issues and another delay for patch. Okay.
I was programmed to beat you.
Okay, I'll go back to my hideout. I gotta drive somewhere quick. Don't even want to get your investor on friends list. I can send you his character name so you can add him. The only witch hunter. Boom, there we go. GG, I just dropped the Divine in Act 3. Hell yeah, Darashi. Okay, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick, and then we'll come back and we'll start blasting some maps. Or something.
The same mistakes. I was programmed to beat you.
When there's no hope hiding, no chance concealing what deep down I felt for you. Oh, I regret for losing the one who loved me, for who I can't go back to. Walking through all the dust, memories and framed, a past we simply left be. But I don't close the door, waiting a chance for when we'll be back again. You make me feel so crazy, still in love with you. You make me feel amazing when I'm next to you. You make me feel so crazy, my heart breaks for you. Can't help but know that I'm still in love with you. You make me feel so. When there's no hope loving for you who saw me before I knew who I'd be. What I have around me means nothing to me if I can't share it with you. Walking through all the dust, memories and frame, a past we simply left be. But I don't close the door, waiting the chance for when we'll be back again. You make me feel so crazy, still in love with you. You make me feel amazing when I'm next to you. You make me feel so crazy, my heart breaks for you. Can't help but know that I'm still in love with you. You make me feel so. Then get up, get dressed, before work's off my list. What's left to do, just guess. It's you, my favorite, but I wanna taste you and feel you shake, raising an earthquake. Can't push the brakes when a rush hits. We're going in, we're going in. You give me body magic, year after year, only gets better.
Okay. So I think we were working up towards the mountains to see if we can find that unique map. This is really giving me a hard time. And then as we're playing the game too, maybe it will help me come up with more ideas for the video. Oh yeah, my in-game sounds. That was loud. I don't know how it keeps changing.
Need more time.
It always makes me depressed when I see like the low tier omens early, because then I just lose hope for the next items that are going to be revealed. What are ornate strong boxes supposed to be? Because I thought they were like the ornate beetle drops jewels, right? But I feel like these drop gear. That's why I don't even do rituals. Yeah, but I've heard, like, especially with omens value continuing to go up, probably gonna be a fairly consistent way to get currency. And it's a lot easier to sell stuff like sells like currency on the currency exchange versus selling gear on the trade market. What are you doing, kitty? Freaking me out over there. Yeah, see, it just dropped a bunch of rando shit. Because I thought it was supposed to be jewels. And with the rituals, I have the points in so I can re-roll it twice. So that gives me a little bit more hope. Even though I swear to God, they have it like set up so when you re-roll, it's like a guarantee that you're gonna get worse options than your first screen. Like it's like it reduces the rarity or the quality of the items as the more times you re-roll or something. Look at how many freaking splinters that was from just one small group. God damn it, pick it up. Wait, why are they like triple touched? Wait, what the fuck is happening?
Don't let it escape.
This is a hair spirit.
No time to tell.
What are the odds? I know they're like 0%, but okay, go possess one of these guys now, for fuck's sake. Yeah. That equaled nothing. Where is this guy? I see his name at the top of the screen, but I don't see the dude. There he is.
Another trophy. Lightning strikes twice. Hold on.
Oh. It's not awful. Okay. We have one ritual left. We'll re-roll at least this first one. Oh. Still not great, but these are two semi-useful omens at least. High physical roll weapons or high flat fizz or fizz plus accuracy. Yes. If I remember, I already pick up way too many items, so. But if I see something crazy, I probably have stuff in my stash that I just haven't even messed with yet. That I could just give you to try to craft. Because I have so much stuff I've held on to. There it is. Nothing cool, I just meant the final rare. Why are they still spawning? Okay, so we have, I think we have enough to get all 3 of these things. Because we could roll again, but then we'll only have 1,000 tribute left. And probably don't get anything better than this. So I'm just gonna use it. I don't know if I have this unique shield already. I do not. Nice. Dex in, light res, max mana doesn't really help it, but what are the odds? What are the odds that we actually get movement speed on a pair of boots from exalting them? I'm gonna say 5%. What's up, Bigfoot? How are you doing? Okay. We got movement speed, just not good. Oh. Yeah, that's not worth it. Depression. Okay, I need a... Ooh, wait, what is that? Castaway. What is Castaway? Castaway is the fucking... That's the gold one, right? I don't need Castaway. I need... Paradise. See, like, why are the mountain ranges so small? I need to get to this tower to see what... See if it gives me a direction to go. Oh wait, can you instill more emotions? You can, right? Sometimes? Greed is rarity. Paranoia is more rares, right? Higher tier emotions, yeah. I just had this because it's a swamp. I wanted to use like a semi-decent waystone, even though it's not like I don't have it buffed up or anything from towers, but at least give me a chance. Swamp just has higher currency drops if you have the local knowledge. Swamp and water biome maps have 40% increased chance to drop basic currency. Which is supposed to be like, you know, exalteds and divs and shit, but I don't know. I've never like paid enough attention because you don't know the map that's gonna drop a div until the div drops, right? So I've never paid enough attention to like look at what biome it was in after I found a div. Or like my perfect jeweler's orb or whatever. Oh, there's a lot of blood and chaos. Sounds like a weekend in Vegas, am I right? I hate that effect too. Go to the rares. Just go possess them already. Jesus Christ, I almost died. Just trying to get fucking Wisp to do its job. It's actually surprising. Usually when I find that rare that I think is the last one, it's like some rare over on a part of the map that I can't even see. Yeah, we got 1 Exalted, 2 Regals, but at least we made our Waystone back, essentially. Oh, this was supposed to be a Delirium app. So I shouldn't have used a Delirious Waystone. I wasn't paying enough attention. Yeah, you'd think if that was supposed to be like that, the tooltip wouldn't say that you're supposed to still have a Delirium mirror. One of these divs I just dropped on campaign, it must be lucky. Okay, let me know what happens, Just. Good luck, brother. It'd be so sick if you hit something insane after you were talking about how bad the loot drops have been. Because one time I was complaining about not finding divs, and then I found a div. I was like, if I knew I just had to complain about it. Give me 1 sec. Let me finish this strong box. Oh, hell yeah, dude. We got polar mitts. It's still better than what you had, but that's sad. Still better, but sad. Just switched out the mana for life, and the problem is now that might not be your lowest one, so you might not even be able to whittle that. But I probably wouldn't even try. I'd just list it for whatever you paid, like 5-6 divs or whatever. See if you sell it. Exactly. Sorry, Just. You don't know unless you try. That's what I have to tell myself to keep myself sane when I'm doing all the... when I'm trying my crafting and failing over and over and over again. And then the things that I do hit on that I think, oh, okay, that's solid. And then they don't even, none of them will sell. What is happening? Why is this guy invincible? It's fucking weird, dude. What? Prove it. Prove it. There's no way, B-Dog. But it also doesn't sound like you to lie about something like this. If you weren't listening for the last 35 minutes, it's real. Take a picture and send it in Discord. Wait. How, when did we start? Is this a Discord where we just share dick pics? Can you just send it in game chat? Or invite me to your party and I'll look at it? See, that's the type of love and community friendship I love so much about this chat / community. Do I not have any white Tier 15 waystones. Because it feels like all the ones I have are either all like negatives or positive ones I don't want to run on a tower. I guess that one's not too bad. Well, now you've made it easy for us, B-Dog. Now, with one... Actually, it was 2 messages in chat. I no longer am gonna believe anything you ever say. So. Hope it was worth it. Because you can lie about anything. You could say you have a 14-inch cock, but you lie about a mirror? That's just too far. It's just too far, my friend. I probably have some I could give you, Jirashi. To be fair, I'd probably accidentally sell it because IDK what it looks like. Trust me, you would know. Been doing too many testing lately and ran out. Unmod him. That's, we don't have to go that far. Yeah, I got you, bro. I've got 3 mirrors, 1 in each bathroom. Fucking Merca. So you won't believe me if I've been playing baseball. What? The fuck? Baseball? Gayest sport of all time. And also, where did that come from? I think even the game's base, like just the built-in loop filter, would make a big deal out of a mirror dropping. Because that's what I've been grinding on. Do you know how gay that sounds after I just said baseball is the gayest sport? What's wrong with gay sports? I'm gay. I don't care what anyone is, dude. I should have sent a picture of my mirror. See, if you would have done that, it would have been a good goof. Still wouldn't have trusted you, but it would have, you know, at least we would have got a chuckle out of it. Please ban me so that comment is deleted. No, we're gonna clip that comment, and then once you start streaming, we're gonna figure out a way to spam that picture in your chat so all your Arab friends can see your true side. I'm streaming with a different name. I'll just type a bunch of gibberish in the box and I'm sure the first Arabic streamer will come up. Boom, roasted. That's a language roast. We don't get those very often. That's too far. No, just kidding. I actually genuinely, like, out of the 5 languages I want to learn, Arabic is one of the top languages. I don't know why, I just love Arabic. I love the way it sounds, even though a lot of people say it sounds like very rough. I really like Arabic a lot, to be honest. And like the letters, it literally looks like an ancient language because it is like kind of is. I had worse sentence, screenshot it out of context, bro. Gay in Saudi Arabia, do you know what you're... Hey. Rules are rules, my friend. Who needs a head? Am I right? Gotta be careful saying that on here. You'll end up with an inbox full of dick pics. If you would have spelled that right, it would have been funny. Quickie Mart will be his name. He didn't say he was Indian, dude. Have you looked at the geopolitical landscape right now, okay? Tensions are high right now. Thank you, Lillian. I appreciate it. Mayo. Who's got ahead? Dark did. And the reason B-Dog knows this the clear implication there is who knew that B-Dog was the throat goat? Well, I guess Dark did. Dude, you know we're in dark times, figuratively and literally, when Dark is spell correcting in chat. Am I tripping or is my game at like 30 FPS? I don't know. It says 60 FPS on OBS. But it might just be this map. Also, how's it going? Long time no see. Seb, no. I do recognize Seb. Joined your stream ages ago when I played D4. Okay, so you were, yeah, dude, how you doing? Yeah, season 6. That was honestly, that was the last, that was my last attempt at D4. Like, genuine attempts. And I don't know how, but I had tricked myself into being excited for the expansion. What's crazy is to think that was like, what was that, like 7 months ago? Like we didn't even think about Path of Exile 2 yet. Yeah, the game, so they have some performance issues, but I don't know. Usually if something's going on, I see it on my OBS, like I see dropped frames or something like that, and right now it seems like everything's fine, but it's going good. I don't know what it is, but PoE 2 isn't as fun as I thought it would be. I've been playing a lot of Last Epoch. Dude, I feel like for people who were D4 fans and players, but are just kind of sick of what they're doing at D4, Last Epoch is like the perfect place to go, because Last Epoch gives you way more customization. It has more complexity. They're obviously putting a lot of time and effort into making it into like a really solid game. But the same way you feel about Path of Exile 2 is kind of how I felt when I went back and tried Last Epoch. We haven't tried the newest update yet. Like I made a character off stream, but we haven't like given it a fair shot. But I don't know. We might do that in the next week. Also, we need to figure out our Apex day. What day is it? It's Wednesday. Well, technically Thursday, but what if I'll post it in Discord. Maybe we'll do it on Friday or Saturday. I was gonna do one of those days was gonna be like where we play off like a different game or different games. So we get like one day a week, unless it's like at the beginning of a league or something like a big patch is coming out. But like I wanted to have one day where we just play different games and see how those go. But we're gonna do Community Apex Day. Did you guys know that Mortem came out of the closet and said he loves uppercase? So are you judging uppercase for being polyamorous? Is that what's happening, Just? That's rude. That's what she said. In D4, the new season is the same as the last, but they added some boss skills. Yeah, I played for about 4 hours, and let's just say I wasn't impressed at all. Dude, crypto is in the meta right now too. Like all the pro teams, like not all of them, but like a lot of them are running crypto because they've given crypto a ton of buffs. I haven't even played the game since they started adding the like class, like, you know how you have like the classes, so there's like an assault class and they can open extra things in the, what are they called? It's not a strong box, the chests or whatever. They have like these different classes that have different things. They kind of had it before, but like they made it more pronounced now. I haven't even played since they did that. Okay, those mountains don't have what we were looking for, so maybe we just start working towards the Citadel, because that was kind of the secondary reason to come over here. It was on Ghosted stream. Not judging Upper, I'm proud of him. We've known that. It's crazy. When I played him, I was just abusing him to res my 2 teammates with the drone. If he is meta, I cannot play him. Yeah. Off meta would be because I watch some like Apex streams occasionally, so like I keep up with at least like the competitive side of it, like people who are trying to either playing in the pro league or trying to get into the pro league. I would say off meta would be like Maggie. Nobody's playing Maggie still. That chick with the sniper rifles, she's not, nobody plays her. Bloodhound, hardly anybody plays Bloodhound anymore, which is sad because he used to be my main. Supply bin, is that what they're calling? Yeah, Rampart is another one. Rampart, I feel like, has never been meta. But they'll like buffer, and people will be like, oh, she's gonna be solid now. And then they'll like nerf her like a week later. Like they'll buff something, and it makes her like actually usable, and then they nerf her instantly. It's really weird. It's kind of like Sorks in ARPGs. They just don't want her to be good. Oh, Pathfinder is really off meta too. Bloodhound. Bangalore has been my main. After Bloodhound got destroyed, I went to Bangalore for sure. Did they say when PoE 2 Druid is coming out? That's one class I'm excited to try. Probably next time they release a class, which presumably would be the next major update, like 0.30. So probably in April, May, June, July, August. In August. But it's not a guarantee, so there's that. Okay, we need more distillations. Well, I guess with pathing maps, it's probably not worth it, actually. Never mind. We talked about this yesterday. Fuse was fun. Fuse is actually one of the meta characters now. Octane was, yeah, Octane was solid. He's still, like, Octane hasn't been meta for a long time, I feel like. He just doesn't have enough, he's like a very selfish character. So, like, if you're someone who's just, like, solo queuing or playing, like, you're going into maps as a solo with no team and you just want to, because like he just doesn't provide a lot of utility for the team. I gifted my friend the $15 Steam pack for winning a bet and he got a heirloom. That's insane. They just made it so Bloodhound's like scan doesn't go as far and they don't stay highlighted for nearly as long. And yeah, and then also his ultimate does like nothing. Like his ultimate, it used to be like when you had his ultimate activated, you could just scan like every 3 seconds. And then if you like downed enemies or if you did certain things, it would increase his time in his ultimate. They just like basically nerfed him to the point where since that nerf, he's just like I've never seen anyone playing him. Dark, that's what everyone who sucks at games says. Kind of a joke, but kind of real. Last time I downloaded Apex, I couldn't find matches for shit. It might just be a region though, just. I used to main Mirage. Mirage is actually like kind of meta now too. Yeah, Vantage is the one that I was talking about, the sniper chick. Nobody plays her. And then they also nerfed Horizon, so nobody plays Horizon anymore. Did they put any new patches at all anyway? What do you mean by that? It's solid. Like, or wait, fire damage doesn't really help. Well, I guess if you're doing a fire build. So the only way that, because wands technically can give +5 to all spell skills. So what I would do with this, socket it. You don't even need to quality it and corrupt it. And if you get, because there is a corruption where it adds spell skills. If you can turn that into a 5 to spell skills, or even if it's 4 to all spell skills and 1 to fire skills, then it would be worth something. There's not a ton of people playing fire builds, but it would make it from worth nothing to potentially like worth at least a couple divs. I have like 4 heirlooms. My B-Day is in August. If it drops in August, it's gonna be a B-Day gift. Yeah, there you go. I have like 4 heirlooms. T-Pain spent 60K in Apex. Don't they have Mercy in Apex though? I thought after like 500 crates or 500 whatever they're called, Apex packs, it's like almost a guarantee. That's insane. I might test out the sniper woman. This is also true. I suck at the game. Can't see shit. Yeah, FPS, like most battle royale games are in a pretty not so great state. Let's be honest. Fortnite does a really good job at staying relevant because they're constantly changing the game and appealing to like different audiences. But like as far as just like pure BR, I couldn't think of one that's in a really great state. The one that's like the most successful is PUBG, but it's because they have a huge audience in like the Asian countries. Corruption is only specific elemental type, I'm afraid. Oh, so you could only get, so best case scenario, he gets +1 to fire skills, is what you're saying. He did this ages ago. I don't remember how it works. Can also get them through events. I'm sorry, but Fortnite is like one big ad. They copy everything from anything in existence. Well, they stay relevant because their numbers are still better than almost any other BR. Like I would think Fortnite, it's probably, as far as BRs go, it's probably PUBG #1, then Fortnite, then maybe Warzone, and then Apex. Like Apex has been going down over the last like 2 years. Oh, beef. Dude, I saw your stream was live earlier and I was out mowing and I didn't have, because I ran out of, like, it's a whole thing. I'm switching cell phone carriers. I don't have data right now. So, yeah, I was gonna hop in there and I felt bad. But how you doing tonight, bro? Dude, the grass is driving me insane. I literally like mowed my parents' yard. This was what, like 4 days ago, but I didn't finish everything because a belt fell off the lawnmower and I had to take apart a bunch of shit to reattach it. We got it back on and then I went to mow today and it was like I had to just remow everything. Like the grass, you couldn't even tell that I had mowed half the lawn. PUBG is in a good state right now with their new update, but that was last week. PUBG has a crazy amount of players in China. It's like, yeah, it's insane. Like on Steam charts, we were just looking at the Steam charts, and like, it's so surprising to me, first of all, that Counter-Strike is always #1, and that PUBG is always in the top 5. Like, look at this. Their 24-hour peak was almost 1 million people. And Warzone doesn't show up on this because Warzone has the same issue that, like, Path of Exile has, where half of their player base, or more than half of their player base, plays it on Battle.net because it wasn't on Steam for a long time. So yeah, even if we look up Warzone, they did just have a recent update, so that might artificially inflate their numbers. I can't. Why is it not showing charts? The fuck? I don't know. I don't know why. Either way, yeah, the fact Counter-Strike is always at #1, unless like a huge game comes out, it'll like take over for like a day or two. Oh shit, someone's attacking me. Where'd you come from? But yeah, it's crazy to me. I literally have never played PUBG. I was like super into all the battle royales, but I never got into PUBG for some reason. Damn it. I forgot to do the other thing. That just makes it better. The alchemy. I thought PUBG died years ago. Dude, that's what's crazy. Is like you don't ever hear about it in like
My God! Okay,
America.
it's happening. Everybody stay calm. Everyone, what's the procedure?
Beef.
Wait. Everybody,
Shout out
down.
Beef.
No.
The man, the myth, the beef. Oh, I see what he was doing. He was doing the old sneakeroo, the sneak raid. Dude, how was your stream? I saw in your Discord that like work's been crazy and stuff, so I'm glad you were able to hop on stream. How'd it go? What'd you guys get into? Okay, I gotta go shower or something because I'm breaking out in hives for some reason. Okay, take care of your shit, B-Dog. I appreciate it, brother. You sneaky bitch. Little ol' me. Just like that. Just like the AI. Behold, Beef on the mic. A valiant gamer and bard of the digital realm. They traverse both pixelated and tabletop realms, crafting melodies and characters alike. Recently, they faced the endgame in Path of Exile 2, a true test of skill. Will you join their noble quest? Played some PoE, of course. What builds have you been like messing with? Hey. Can you help me look something up when you get a chance? Yeah, of course, Dark. Oh, I thought this was Beef and it came in and self-promoted right away. Hey. There's a few people that I would be 100% cool with them self-promoting, and Beef is definitely one of them. So anyone in here, if you're not following Beef, he's one of the coolest dudes. Super nice, great vibes, always helping people out when he can, and also dropping bars all the time. He raps live on his streams. Just, yeah, definitely worth supporting. Like the type of person that, you know, deserves it.
I'll not make the journey home like that.
And he got a puppy. I just started working on my Merc. I've really wanted to make one. Definitely had to do my Ranger and my OG Lich. Dude, I haven't decided what I'm gonna do with my Lich yet. Part of me just wants to make it into the, like, Chaos Spellcaster, because everything else I've tried hasn't worked. So, depression a little bit, but hey. I don't know if I have that one yet. I do have it. I hate rap. Well, then don't redeem the bars. Don't redeem spit bars on Beef's points redemptions. Thanks for the chance. Don't worry, we listen to all kinds of music. There we go. Beautifully said. I stumbled through that like a fucking dog with peanut butter on the roof of its mouth. Is there stop the bars redeem? No. And we don't want it, you know. You're not gonna change the entire stream for one person, right? We don't negotiate with terrorists, okay, Darashi? It's because you're from Poland? Dude, I don't know enough about Poland to even start making cultural jokes. Because that's how irrelevant they are in the grand scheme of the world. Boom. Roasted. Just kidding. I actually know quite a few Polish awesome people. Like, RHP is Polish, I think. Yeah, the stop the bars redeem is a cool little tool. It's labeled the mute button. Boom, there you go. Free redeem. If I had one viewer and it's you and you told me to stop the bars, I'm banning you. Roasted. No idea what pulling is like. I was just trying to. Just you and Darashi are perfect. You have like a bicker partner. We have some Polish rappers. I thought you guys did hot dogs or something. Isn't that what you guys are known for? Like a Polish dog? Then you're thinking of rap and not hip hop. They're known. Jesus Christ, Just. We're gonna have to start deleting some messages. Yeah, but in modern times, Darashi, if you watch any American media, having an opinion means you're racist. Also, not having an opinion means you're racist. Supporting something means you're racist, and also not supporting something means you're racist. And especially if you're white, you're just racist. Period. No matter what you do. So, welcome. I truly like Poland. They have an opinion. Yeah. Beyond some interview on TV in USA said that if you want to call us racist nationalists, we don't care. Yeah. Also, having an opinion about not having an opinion means you're entitled with no labels. But also, in the subtext, you're racist. Oh, I hate when I do that. Even if their opinion of me is that I'm a horseshit person, I'll take it. They will say it to my face, yeah. I'm racist. I hate everyone equally. I don't know if that... I don't know how that works, Dark, but... Hey, you do you, dude. The subtext is hyper important. Oh my god. Dude. Dude. What? Most of you in stream probably don't know this person. We just had a fucking star enter chat. Captain Jazz. Let me see. TBH, the stream was very positive surprise to me how reasonable people are for USA standards. Dude, you have no idea. That's the worst part about like the things that the way things are portrayed with media. Period. Like one of the biggest issues in the world right now is media. Like especially news outlets, because in America, we see news outlets saying things about a country, and then you speak to someone from that country, and they're like, no, everything's great here. Like, nobody's fighting. And like, to us, we see it as like, there's like a civil war about to break out. And then same way, the way American media portrays the US to other countries makes us seem like we're all psychopaths and about like, just like everyone's out murdering and like I don't know. It just drives me insane. That's why I don't believe anything I hear unless I hear it from someone who's living through it. It's him. Holy shit. Gee whiz. On the RuneScape grind. Dude, have you been playing the new one, Jazz? Did you try Dragon... What is it called? Dragon Wind? I saw some people playing it. It looked like a version of RuneScape that I would actually like enjoy. Cause I like, you know, I like me them survival games. It's just Valheim RuneScape. See, and I never got into Valheim, but like watching Dragon Wilds. I never played RuneScape, never played Valheim, but Dragon Wilds looked like something I would enjoy. And wasn't it kind of just like a surprise? Like, did anyone know it was happening? USA standards are about as high as our minimum wage, and I promise you it's very minimum. Oh, yes. Yes. Cost of living and minimum wage is a whole conversation I don't even think we want to get into. Minimum wage in Poland doesn't do amazing. Yeah, I think that's like I don't know. I don't even know like the resolution to that, but like at minimum, and minimum wage should be something that changes based on your location. So you take the value of the area that this business is at, and you're like, okay, it costs at minimum this much to pay rent, eat basic meals. Like, you don't even have to have like fancy shit. Like, just that's the whole concept. Minimum wage. You're getting the minimum it requires to survive, essentially. That was the theory behind it, at least. But that's not how it works, unfortunately. No, just everyone has blue hair, everyone is stealing, everyone is school shooting. That's kind of your image. Well, that ties into a lot of what I was saying. I got almost more American friends than actual Saudis. They are such nice people and chill and nothing like media. Yeah. See, and like, I don't know. There's nothing you can do about it. Like, that's... The more you start trying to resolve like the core issues of like any system, probably in any country, but my brother and I were like trying to talk about how to like, how you could actually like fix some of the issues that we have with like corruption and government and spending and all this shit. And he's super knowledgeable about a lot of this. He like is deep in the weeds, like researches everything. And the solution was to get the Senate to pass laws that would hurt the Senate, even though the Senate is the one who passes the laws. Because there needs, like, that's where a lot of it starts. So that's a whole nother thing that we won't get into. But if the people making the laws are the ones that are corrupt, and you need laws to prevent them from being able to be corrupt, you're kind of fucked. Let's be honest. Crystal Bow OP. Yeah, media sucks. They will show how most impressionable shit to get clicks. Media is practically clickbaiting. Yeah, it's just turned into 100% like that's why you never see anything positive on the news, because positivity doesn't sell. Like, people getting along and having a good time together doesn't get clicks like far right MAGA supporter attacks innocent old lady liberal in parking lot or something. You know what I mean? Like, it's all just crazy shit.
Breathtaking. Heiny.
Okay, let me catch up on these. Our media is ran by our government. Wait.
Be friends with it.
I think they announced it like a month before. Oh, okay. So it was still kind of a surprise. Media is ran by our government, so take nothing at face value. Resolution to all is very simple. Zombie apocalypse, scientifically proven. Beef, I like where your mind is at. Any kind of, even if they just did a thing where they're like, okay, we're shutting off all technology for a month, and whoever survives during this month, we get a restart. Like, we don't even need a disease. Just like do a social experiment. Because, yeah, I think in the end, that's how it used to work. That's the whole concept of Darwinism. You know, I'm alive. I spam 200 videos to you an hour, but I did have bad interactions with some Americans. If they have an opinion and you don't agree with them, God, you are toxic and backwards. How can you not believe a man can give... Okay, that's a whole nother thing. But I know those types of people, and those are the people that give us a bad reputation. That's you? Want to see a snippet of a build I'm watching? Hell yeah, Jazz. Recently, someone made a video on a woman responsible for skin quality in Riot Games, pointing out how she is failing at position. And first response to it was, he is racist / sexist because it's Asian women, even though There isn't anything directed at gender or race in the entire video. Exactly. It's hilarious. Let me give you a div real quick. Jazz, thank you for the sub to Just. I appreciate it. Very kind, sir. I would prefer a zombie apocalypse over them just shutting power off. Yeah, the problem with a zombie apocalypse though, like, I think I'd be fine. But if you said that we just have to survive for a month with our own devices, I know I'd be fine. You get what I mean? It's more of like a guarantee versus unless, you know, even in normal world, you can just randomly catch some crazy disease. And if you have like no hospitals or anything, then that might be tough. But there's got to be someone in my family that knows how to do medical shit. Okay, let's see this. God damn it. Dude, these weird shorts, where is the audio? Oh, here it is, okay. Okay, let's go back to the beginning. Is it a witch? And she's using, is she using that monk ability, the palm? It looks insane.
No mana.
I like it. Just so I can see people get eaten alive? Jesus Christ, Ark. Hey, name fits. I'm always here so money isn't wasted. Calling authorities. Jonathan will hear of it. RMT. What's up, Redlier? I have no idea. He just released that video. How does it work? It's lightning warp? No? He's still working on it for bosses? I don't see ball lightning. Yeah, me neither. Well, because he said he's culling everything, so it's got to be an ability that culls enemies. And they're using power charges, so I'm assuming it's that. I don't know what the name of the ability is. Is that one Cholula's hand or like palm strike or some shit? I meant to ask you, Ransom, what's my favorite ice cream? You think you can just come in here with Raid and ask me a question so personal? That's insane, dude. I don't know. I don't actually eat a lot of ice cream. But like, I have an answer if you ask me what my favorite shake is, because that is locked in tight. But as far as ice cream, because like, the boring answer is that my grandma, who I was super close to, taught my mom this when she was a kid. So what I would do, and it's usually like accessible, like there's vanilla ice cream around somewhere, but you just take vanilla ice cream and you add Nesquik in it to make it chocolate ice cream, but it tastes better than any chocolate ice cream ever. So that, it would be the kind of boring answer. But if I had to like pick one that's like a go-to, consistent one, would be like the Tonight Dough, the Ben & Jerry's Tonight Dough. Peanut butter banana chocolate shake? No, dude. No, dude. What it is, chocolate shake with marshmallow cream mixed in. You know, like because it totally changes the flavor profile with cookie dough in it. It's S tier. And there's a local place that does it, and it's like, I just had one last week, and it was such a poor decision. Like, it's the most amazing thing ever, but then I, like, completed it within one night. The shake, which, yeah, I guess most people probably do, but I don't eat that kind of stuff very often. So, yeah, it was just like, I woke up the next day and felt hungover. And I was like, dude, what? I mean, if you have a passive tree plus funny unique helmet, you can cull while mobs at 70% life because you practically make culling threshold. Oh, that's insane. It's definitely something with nuts. You son of a bitch, Dark. Best ice cream is mango. I don't even know if we have that here. Like mango ice cream. I'm sure we do, but I feel like when I think of fruit ice cream, it's like sorbet or like gelato, fucking gelato or sorbet or something. It's not like just ice cream. I'm trying this, dude. It's so good. Cookie dough, I love cookie dough, but like cookie dough in a vanilla shake is not great to me. My go-to like basic shake flavor is just, I don't know if this is like a Utah thing or not, but it's called Grasshopper, and it's just mint Oreo, and that's like the easy go-to if they don't have all the ingredients that I want. Is that the Harlem Shake? God, what the fuck is? I don't even know how to respond to that, Jazz. I don't even know what you meant by that. Was that supposed to be a racial joke? I have no idea, dude. I know what the Harlem Shake is. I just didn't know what you meant context-wise. And we've been, you know, tiptoeing the TOS Twitch lines tonight. Especially Just. LOL, I so thought that one was gonna slide. I'll tell you who's sorbet. Dude, what is happening? What is happening right now? We are just getting bombarded with dad jokes. I love it. Yes, we are old too. Just the videos LOL because you mentioned Shake. Yeah, and you guys want my face cam when I stream so they can have pictures of the guy they're sending to jail. Hey, think of how many followers and viewers you'll get. Streamer goes live for 10 minutes in Saudi Arabia, ends up in jail for life. Jail live streams? Lit. Dude, you could just make it into an OnlyFans at the same time. Because, you know what they say. The only dudes that make money in the porn industry are doing gay porn. Prawn. So. Jail. There you go. Loads and loads of money. You can get the mugshot for a profile picture, exactly. Oh wait, I missed a expedition down here. They got 5G in jail, easy. I'm just thinking how many people are gonna be pissed and hunt me down. That's why I said just make a VTuber. Honestly, it would be hilarious if you made like a just like a funny controversial character VTuber. Okay, immune to chaos, immune to physical. So where are we going here? Where do I start? Something, oh, this guy's shooting at me. So we go, I think we have to go down and then up and then around. I don't even know what these. Getting the rare ones seems like the better thing to do. I can't even get over there without wasting one. This is fucked. Back to focusing on my grind. Jazz, thanks for stopping by. Really good to see you, bro. Everyone misses you. Pleasures. I'll follow Lil Scapey on TikTok. I follow Lil Scapey. Who is that? Is that someone in jail? VTube as Joe Biden. There you go. Fall asleep midstream. You know what? I'm actually really good at pissing people off with my opinions. I am the walrus. Goo goo gachoo. I can take my opinions, tune them up, and piss them off for views. You didn't make me feel anything yet. Of course, bro, you're Polish. I truly don't think you're breakable. But if we were talking in DMs, history has proven us in the long run. Yep. Fair statement. Oh, whoa, whoa. That was some crazy chaos attack that just like exploded the ground. Then you have these guys that just have block up forever. It's always fun. Okay, there's gotta still be someone alive somewhere, right? Doesn't she say like a stupid line when you kill the last one? Like, time for the loot or some shit. Is that all of them? Oh, there's someone. There he is. Okay, I think that's all of them. Nope. Can't forget that one. These artifacts. We actually need to do some recombination too. Scared of Ricky himself banning me if I tried to hurt you. As long as we have Katy Perry, we can do anything. This is also true. First female astronaut ever. Astronaut. Inspiring the youth of the future. Also, don't look that up. Just take it as fact. She said it, it's fact. And she's famous, so she wouldn't lie. Okay, I need to look at What I have? Oh, I have a shit ton of those. These are for jewelry, right? I think I bought these. The black scythe ones. Stunning and brave. Exactly, Leatherneck. MF, you will report me. Stop pushing it. I don't want to try to hurt you either. I like you. I played League of Legends for 14 years. What is that like supposed to be because they're super feisty over on League of Legends? I'm a top main. Of course you are. Especially when you're in prison, you're actually gonna have to switch to a bottom main when you're in prison. Sorry, bro. Especially as a new guy. My name is Press R to win, and I try Trandamir. You will not survive me. League is known to be one of the most toxic games around, especially on EU. Doesn't surprise me. I got banned for 8 months in League, came back and got banned for another 2 months. I would not survive prison. No, I'm too pretty for that shit. Exactly, that's... Do we have to pull up a diagram? If I have to pull up a diagram, we're definitely getting banned. Okay, let's see here. I'm just gonna take whatever I have, because I have a bunch of stuff I need to recombine to try to make it worth putting currency into. And I don't know what does what. Like, I don't know which ones work for weapons. I guess we can just go check real quick. Broken circle. Dude, we barely have any broken circle. We might have enough to do these ones, though. Okay, what are we trying to get? That one's definitely lightning. This one is accuracy. So guys, some of you might not know this. We've had some new people come to the stream. But one of the things I am world renowned for is magic. Now, if you saw last league, we were only able to magic rings, amulets, belts. But during this off season, we've honed the craft. And we do have a very specific type of magic, okay? Don't get me wrong. This magic only makes things disappear, okay? Now, I've been testing my powers on anything. Anything your eyes and heart can imagine. And brain. So, weapons, armor, you name it. Like I said, anything. So now, we are doing a discount for lessons. $49.99. Used to be $59.99. 18-month program. Has to all be paid up front. And I will teach you these ways of how to make anything you could ever dream of potentially disappear. There are some stipulations. We have just started with the the new forms, the bigger items. Like I said, it was belts, amulets, rings. That's easy, right? Now, as far as weapons go and armor, it's a lot harder to make something that big disappear. Am I right? Ask Dark about it. He knows how to make big things disappear. Boom, roasted. So we're going to attempt to make these bows disappear. It's got to be at least $99.99. So for 50, or wait, no, the deal is $49.99, 18 months. So $49.99 a month, 18 months paid up front. I'll teach you everything you could ever dream of. But we are going to attempt this magic here today. And you will see Ricky the Magnificent. I miss the magic. Did you see the stats? Which stats? Swallows. I hate when magicians speak for 10 minutes just to make 15 seconds trick. Hey, I don't come to Poland and show you how to make hot dogs, right? Polish dogs, okay? So, mind yourself. Just like that. You can't blink. You cannot blink. Kind of like amazing with women. It's got to be at least. Oh, I already read that. How to delete a good bow. We don't do hot dogs, dude. Okay, you don't have to lie to us, okay? Why would they be called Polish dogs in America if they weren't from Poland? Jesus Christ. Next thing you're gonna say is, we don't know anything about sauerkraut. Okay. We all know it originated in Germany, but Polish using sauerkraut? Come on. I'm back, sorta. So I took an ibuprofen to be safe until someone can investigate for me. That doesn't sound super optimistic, B-Dog. Oh yes, we did see this. We did look at this, Swallows. The snapshot of the stats, how many unique maps cleared, Arbiters of Ash slain, gold dropped. Uppercase actually posted it in the Discord, and my response was, this is cool, but it's very Ubisoft of them. Ubisoft, whatever. Because there's like, you know, whenever they're trying to hype up a game, they just give like these really random stats that don't actually like... They're like, we've had 3 million players. Not like copy sold or like verifiable data. And they'll be like, we've had all these people travel 10,000 or 10 million miles in game. It's like, congrats. I don't know what that means. But it is kind of insane to me. Kielbasa. Do you want me to ruin your magic fun? If item was to be created, it will appear in your inventory before animation plays out. Someone ban that guy. Get him out. What a wacky ass stream, right? It's okay. You come from toast and beans, people. No. I come from... what is it called? Fermented gelatin fish, people, okay? It's called lutefisk. Because them Swedes we're doing some weird shit up in the colder territories. So what's getting nerfed next season? Hopefully not the entire game again. I'm trying to stay calm. B-Dog, what did you eat something? Did you, like, usually hives don't just like appear. Even if you go to the doctor, they're gonna ask you, did you come in contact with anything? Did you eat something new? Did you shove something up your butt? I don't know. We need some info though. Never been bit by a spider? That could be it, I guess. If you were like allergic to spiders, but if it was like a poisonous spider, there's none that I know of that make you break out in hives. Now, like necrotic areas around the spider bite, you know, where like your body starts dying from the inside out. That I've heard of that, but as long as that's not happening, you're good. Yep, he's 100% right. Lutefisk is okay. It originated in Norway, apparently. Who knows? Either way, in Sweden they eat it too, and it's the grossest shit I've ever had. I'm from a prison island. You're from Alcatraz? But you're partial Swedish, so that means you're weird too. Yeah, well, like, I don't even know what, like, Americans are known for. Their food, you know what I mean? Because, like, we just take food from other places and make it way more unhealthy and taste better. Australia, the biggest prison island. Nice. But I thought you said hives. You had hives before you were showering. I think B-Dog. Yeah, he is being serious. If you got bit by a spider, you turn into Spider-Man. So it couldn't be that. No comment. It's okay. Norway, Sweden. Dude, what I always say when I'm talking about like Scandinavia is I just say Norwedish. Because I'm just like, it's probably some kind of Norwedish. Because it is. They're very similar in a lot of ways. It's pretty gross. Yeah, and every single Christmas, it's like a family tradition that my mom makes lutefisk. And nobody even eats it. It's just like, I'm like, you're just basically putting time and money and food out that just is there. Yeah, it's lye. It's what they use to make soap. They soak it in lye. And then they rinse it with water. And like, I don't know if this is before or after it's fermented. I looked up the whole process for it and I was like, dude, that's why it's like gelatinous disgustingness. I can't just yet. I have to wait until kids go to school because mom fucked their shoulder up. That doesn't sound good at all. Sounds like there's a lot of things going on, B-Dog. I know, but it's a joke. It's Norwedish, because then anyone, like half the people don't even like bat an eye because they don't even know that that's not a term. But I just like it. Norwedish. Rolls off the tongue. Don't compare Norwegian with Swedish people. Hey, watch yourself. You're outnumbered right now. Check yourself. I read it in a book. I did, but I was putting shampoo. Something bit me in the top of my head, and I grabbed it and threw it off me and didn't see what it was. That's the other crazy thing, is if you go to the doctor there's nothing they can do unless they figure out what kind of spider bit you. So like the first question they ask, I've been there before. Like one of my sisters thought she got bit by a poisonous spider, went to the doctor and they were like, did you catch the spider that bit you or did you see it? She was like, no. They're like, okay, well then we just have to wait to see what happens because we don't, like they can't just start pumping you with like an anti-venom until they know. But their first thing is, it's like, how many people get bit by a spider and are like, oh, okay. Oh, let me take that off. Let me put it in a little cup so I can take it to the doctor in case I'm dying. I read it in a book somewhere. That's definitely what happens if you get bit by a spider. It's happened to a bunch of people. Oh, you gotta go and check it out. I got an hour until symptoms show if it's a poisonous spider. Yeah, well, I don't know about the old Black Widow, but I don't know if they have those in Missouri. I feel like Black Widows are everywhere. And then there was like some crazy hybrid that had happened. Like these crazy, like a hybrid widow that was like 10 times more toxic than a Black Widow. Because how things get places is from boats, apparently. So some widow from a different country hopped on a boat, came and got it on with a widow here. They made a hybrid. I remember reading an article about it. It was either like a white widow or a brown widow or something. I don't know. It was some crazy. Oh yeah, dude, in Australia is like it's funny when people think of places that are like meant to kill you. You think of like the Amazon, you know what I mean? Or like the Serengeti in Africa. But really it's Australia. Cause like not only is it an island, but like all these things evolved there. And like it was like something dangerous lived there, so things evolved to be more dangerous, and then that just kept happening for millions of years. And now they have like the most poisonous snakes in the world, the most poisonous like fucking lizards in the world, the most poisonous everything. Like it's just a giant death trap. Okay, so all I learned is if I'm ever about to panic, Ricky is not the person to go to. No, definitely not. Now, in real life, I'm great. And you can survive. Yeah, you can survive. I think most poisonous spiders in America, like it depends on where you get bit, clearly. But like brown recluse is just like a fucked up one because like you can lose like your foot or your leg, and also you got bit on the head. So that's pretty close to important things. You know, just a heads up. No pun intended. You can survive many things if you get attended by a doctor, but only if they know. Like that's the thing. Is like if you're, let's say you're just walking through Australia, for instance, there's like 1,000 different types of venomous snakes there, and you get bit and you don't see the snake, or if you're sleeping and you get bit, you don't see the snake, you go to a hospital, they have to wait. They have no idea what to do. Like, and anti-venom is super expensive, especially like depending on the type of like snake that bit you. So it's like you're kind of just guessing. They just like start with one thing, but like there's certain, like one of the most valuable liquids in the world is a specific type of scorpion venom that is like worth like $1 billion if you had like a gallon of it or something, or like $1 million a gallon. There's an old saying, don't lose your head. This is true. Okay, let's try these ones out. And let's try some more magic. I don't even know. Maybe elemental damage is why I was keeping that. This one's got to be the physical damage. 1 click is all it takes. We constantly make anti-venom. Not that many people actually get bitten by snakes. But, like, yeah, there's a lot of situational stuff. Like, I've been super into snakes my entire life. So, for instance, there was a guy that had a bunch of snakes. And he was like, you know, a breeder, informational type person. And he got bit by a very specific type of viper. And they thought he was gonna die because since this viper isn't from America, they had, like, you know, they didn't have it here. So then he had to wait to get it, like, priority sent to the hospital and hope that he didn't die before it got there. It's kind of insane. So because here's the thing, Darashi. We're making things disappear. Okay? Is that make sense to you? That's the whole magic thing. 1 click. 1 click, that's it. Trademark. Doing some David Copperfield shit. Exactly. Okay, let's see what else we have to make disappear. And I also am just specifically trying to combine the same types of items, since it's like a 50-50 if it, you know. What is this one? Lightning and fire? Or wait, what is a cold roll? Fire is a 10. Even though nobody really uses fire damage on quarterstaffs as far as I know. Staves, stoves, quarter stoves. Fuck it. I shouldn't have put those things away. I didn't realize I had more of these. Hopefully that's enough. That should be enough. I'll get it looked at here in about 2 hours. If it blisters, it's a brown recluse. You need to be on Ripley's, believe it or not, or where the fuck it go. Exactly. Exactly. Dude, Ripley's, believe it or not, was my favorite thing when I was a kid. Like, remember when you'd have, like, the book fair at school? And all the kids would be trying to get, like, there was obviously, like, whatever book was, like, the popular book that year. Or, like, for us, half the time we'd go there just to get, like, posters of cars. You know, we'd get, like all my friends were getting Porsche or, like, Corvette posters. And at the time, I didn't know what I was doing. That, like, it showed subconsciously something. Because the one that I thought looked the dopest was the Ferrari Enzo. I didn't realize that that's, like, worth, you know, 15 Porsches or 100 Corvettes. Expensive taste, apparently. One click. Wait. Oh, I have to do a modifier first? So we have T10. I guess we just do the lightning, right? Fuck it. Thank you for letting chat about it. It helped calm me. I guess I could go find the local PD and see if they will look at it. Well, there's like urgent care that's open 24 hours. Like you usually have to pay, but I don't know. I feel like when I go to urgent care, it's like $75 if it's not a big deal. And then if they say, hey, we have to send you to a hospital or something, then you get your insurance and all that shit involved. So I live 30 minutes from the closest one. Yeah, that might not be great. Do we know how long this season is going to go for? All we know is based on last league, Bigfoot. So it was 4 months. That's my minimum. Now, hopefully it's less, but probably not. Goosebumps, Animorphs, Lotus, and Porsche. Yes. So that was what I was talking about. But all my friends would get Guinness Book of World Records, and I always got the Ripley's Believe It or Not books because I just, like, Guinness Book of World Records was cool, I guess, but like Ripley's was like weird shit, you know what I mean? And it, like, the pictures in there, and it's like showing like two dudes that had a pole go through their heads and somehow both survived. And I'm like, what the fuck? Or they have like a cow with 6 heads or something. So I guess I was a little more deranged than the other kids. Three months more. Yeah, 3 more months from now. Yeah. But I wouldn't be surprised if they would drop some extra content mid-season to bring players back. What I think, Darashi, and this is just speculation, is that we're not going to hear from them for like at least until mid-June. Like at all for Path of Exile 2. Because I think they're spending all their resources now to try to finish the league for Path of Exile 1. And then they're going to release that league in June. They said at some point in June. And then they're going to have the, like, probably 2 weeks of, you know, hot fixes and patches and all shit like that. If I understood them correctly. But it seems like they don't have the manpower right now to do both things at once. So, like, they've been putting this time on Path of Exile 2. Path of Exile 1 has been not getting really any content, but you see a direct correlation from their patches on Path of Exile 2 and their communication about Path of Exile 2, and then going completely radio silent on Path of Exile 2, and then all of a sudden the new thing for Path of Exile, like the Fresia or whatever event, came out for Path of Exile 1. You're like, oh, well, clearly the reason why they haven't been communicating or doing many patches or anything is because they were working on that. Because then as soon as that releases and they get like all that figured out, then all of a sudden they're back on Path of Exile 2. But we only have one, well, like 1.5 examples, because they did the templates for the free leagues, which didn't really interfere with anything that we were expecting or like communication in Path of Exile 2, but okay. Oh shit. I didn't realize. Will I play Path of Exile 1? Probably. Like, because by that time, I probably will be pretty spent on PoE 2. And I haven't, like, I've never fully played through Path of Exile 1. I played maybe, I don't even know, I can look on Steam, like 20 to 50 hours or something on PoE 1. Not even that, 12 hours. Okay, so yeah, I got through maybe Act 1 in Path of Exile 1, and I enjoyed it, Like, especially when I was looking forward to Path of Exile 2, I had like a different mindset. The very first time I played it, I played for maybe an hour and I was like, this just isn't it. I never really liked PoE 1. Is it worth the playing? There are many spells to choose from there. Yeah, I don't like that the skill concept in PoE 1 though. I will say that. The only thing I like about their skills system is that you get experience for using the skill. I wish they would just implement that in this game. Like, we don't need the fucking all the gear that you have to maze around to connect things so that they work on gear, but having your skills just leveling so you're not reliant on gem drops, especially because there's periods in this game where like I'll be using a level like 8 spirit skill when I have level 18 regular skills because spirit gems are just so rare. Like, honestly, I don't think I've seen a spirit gem. I don't even know when's the last time. Like, thinking about it now, sometimes I might just pick them up without noticing, but like, yeah, I feel like I haven't seen a spirit gem in like a month. Okay, let's see. Sorry, I'm just trying to look at something real quick. I think this is a guy that raided me the other day. Okay, we're gonna raid him. Sorry guys, I had to do a late stream. I got a late start and I have to work again tomorrow, so I apologize. But we're gonna go raid Athologos. I think he raided me the other day and I haven't checked out his stream yet, but he's going hard in the paint. He's already at 9 hours. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. But thank you guys. Been another crazy stream. I really appreciate it. Much love. I gotta go. I apologize. Yeah, we're gonna be doing better, but I just need to figure it out. Like, once I get yard work shit done, then I don't have to spend so much time during my day. But I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day / night / morning / whatever it is, wherever you are. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace.